Actually, can you tell me who else has signed on? Question mark.
I don't see Senator Summers quite yet. I'm going to give her another minute.
No,
Oh, there you
there.
are.
It's there.
You're not under Senator. That's the problem. Okay. Shall we begin? Seeing no objections. Good morning. Welcome to the Friday edition of the Public Health Committee meeting. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg from the 136th District of Westport and co-chair of the Public Health Committee. Let's go straight to opening remarks. Senator Doherty Abrams.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Mary Doherty Abrams, representing the 13th District and the lucky co-chair of the Public Health Committee. My only remarks today are to say that what we are doing here is voting in two cases. One, to perhaps draft some proposed bills into committee bills, and also to consider some bills for JF action. I want to make it clear, particularly to those people who are new or who might be watching this today, that a vote in this committee to move a bill forward in any way is not a vote to say how you will vote once it gets to the floor. I think that there's a lot of things to consider, and often, as I think is the case in many of these bills, the conversations will continue and the bills will evolve. So I want to make it clear up front that if anyone chooses to vote yes or to vote no, it doesn't mean that that's how they'll continue to vote on that particular bill. It will depend on how the bill evolves. So the other thing I would say is that one of the things we've had to consider as we bring bills out, particularly this session, is how many times or how many requests we're going to make of our LCOs to be rewriting bills or adding things. And we're trying to be thoughtful about that, both because of the situation that we're in and how we're running this session, and also due to the workload that they're under and considerations for them. So taking all that into account, I just ask that everybody keep an open mind and vote how you will today, and knowing that it might not be how you continue to vote on a bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for bringing up that point. When we have thanked our staff over and over again, we should have been explicit about thanking Nick Panzarella, our LCO, who we've asked to endure Herculean travails this session with the number of bills and the complexity of these bills. And that's actually even affected us today, which we'll get to in a moment. We recognize that getting the language right is an ongoing process, and some of these bills are by definition work in process, but that we also have to get them to an appropriate stage to vote out of committee, and that's going to affect us today. Before I get into that, though, I will turn to Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning. I would like to echo what the chairs have spoken to today. Although I do think it's important that when you're looking at bills and you decide to vote on them, that you feel that they are in a position where they can be modified to be better, that they are at a point that you can not just move a concept forward, but move the majority of what's in the bill forward to be tweaked as they move forward. I do agree that a vote today in committee, whether it be no or yes, does not mean that's how you will vote on the floor as things get modified and amended along the way. Although I do think it's important to keep in mind that you're not voting on the title of the bill today. You're voting on the majority of what's in the bill. So I look forward to I'm certain a robust discussion on some of these bills going forward, and I'm hoping that we can keep it respectful and not personal, just about the content of the bill moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for those remarks. And we do want to model for our colleagues' benefit, but also for the public, a sense of respect and civility. Thank you for that. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to echo what Senator Abrams said. And it struck me, as she said, the amount of volume and work and the great work of our LCO staff and OLR. Then I look at section number 3, and we're about to draft new bills on concepts that we have already bills for, which I find challenging. So that'll be all my comment on the fact that we have bills already drafted, gone through public hearings on, that we could utilize. And I hope that we stay consistent with that and ease the workload and focus on the future conversations we're going to have on telehealth, on COVID-related issues, which we've not gotten to. So again, I echo Chairman Abrams' comments in saying that, we're all overworked and the LCO's got a lot of work. Why are we drafting 2 additional bills when we already have that concept in place? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Little to add to that, other than if I disappear repetitively, it's not because I don't love my work here dearly, but my internet connection is being completely wonky. So 3rd time I've signed in. Hopefully that's a charm. Thank you, sir. Thank
you for mentioning that. And I will just add, for the public's benefit, there are other meetings going on today. I'm going to be stepping out briefly to testify before Judiciary, but hopefully won't be gone very long. This is the world we live in, even when we're not on Zoom. We're often needing to be in more than one place at once. So let me get to the matter at hand. There are a couple of bills here today that we're going to hold. We are going to hold, first of all, I just want to get the number right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam Administrator.
Those bills were taken off the agenda.
Oh, okay. All right.
Agenda. Yeah, that's what.
All right. So then maybe all we need to do is explain why they've been removed so that everybody's aware. The air quality in schools bill was, we thought, going to be ready to go. It was in the LCO process, and we were advised it wasn't quite ready. That's what happens when we have a lot in the queue, and we apologize for that. We will certainly have it to vote on at our next opportunity. The other bill, 6423, is the House version of the religious exemption, medical exemption vaccines bill. That is being held for, I guess you could call it a process reason. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I'm learning things even at this advanced point. Since we also have a Senate bill, we were advised to get these 2 bills into alignment. One of them is was to be JF for today. The other was to be drafted. And we were advised that if the intent is to get these bills identical or virtually identical, that we should do that at the earliest convenience before passing them out of committee. So we beg everyone's indulgence. I know many people are interested in this bill, and I think many people were prepared to have a robust debate on that bill today. We are going to draft the Senate version and then come back to the committee with both bills at the same time, such that there will be no confusion with the public, and there will be ideally clarity on the intent and content of those 2 versions, the House version and the Senate version. So again, we beg your indulgence. We did not anticipate that was going to be necessary, but we were advised it was in the committee's interests and in the public's general interest to know what's going on with these 2 House and Senate versions, to get them into alignment in a fashion that would provide that clarity. So again, our apologies. We thought we were going to be talking about the House bill today. Things happen. And one could argue we still have plenty to talk about today, and we will commence with that straight away. The first bill we have today.
Wait a minute, Senator Summers has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you for explaining what's happened. We still have a question as to why are we drafting two bills, one a House bill, one a Senate bill, with the combined language that is going to be equivalent? Why is this? Why are we doing that? That sounds, Republican leaders I know in good faith have concerns and have negotiated on this. So why are we having two bills that have the same exact language going from one from the Senate and one from the House? Why can't you make a decision as to which bill we're going to be hearing? It's double the drafting, it's double the votes, it's double the work. So why don't we have one bill? Can you please explain that?
Well, some of it's beyond my pay grade. I'll say that much, that we want to have the flexibility, if you will, recognizing that we have added complications this pandemic session, if you would like to call it that, with bringing bills to the floor. And it was a decision by House and Senate Democratic leadership to have that flexibility, not knowing how the next couple of months were going to play out. For example, we're very familiar with the fact that we are not comfortable as a legislature having both the House and Senate in the building at the same time. So there are complications for how we run bills between the two. And the best I can offer you is that it's our desire to maximize our flexibility for bringing this bill to the floor in either chamber in an expeditious fashion.
Okay, I would just like to respond to that, and that it seems very politically motivated. I have to say that, because if you have negotiations going on in the House, I cannot imagine negotiating a bill in the House and then having a different negotiation in the Senate. So if we really want to get this bill passed, I think it would be benefit if we were all on the same page with one particular bill. That's just my personal opinion. I get this is above our pay grade in leadership on the Public Health Committee, but it does add another level of difficulty. So that's all I'm going to say.
Well, Senator, I understand your sentiments and understand why you feel that way. I'm hoping that we will not have that extra challenge, that when we come to closure on the negotiations on this bill, that both the House and the Senate version will reflect that. They will be in tandem. There will be no difference between the two. The only decision will be made as to which chamber to run the bill in first. That is our objective. It's a bit more complicated this way. I won't argue that point, but that's where we are right now. Representative Pettit, followed by Representative Betts. You're muted, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A procedural issue that has to do with the governor's announcement yesterday. I was thinking that with restaurants at 100% with appropriate spacing, did you get any indication from leadership that we may be able to return to Hartford in the next month? Was there any a chat about that? It seemed like we're having a reasonable approach to opening up on the outside. So I wondered if you've heard anything about that.
No, we did not have that conversation. It is a question probably on everybody's mind at this point. I know that virtually all of us would like to get back into the House, literally or figuratively for the Senate, where we can more easily conduct business and talk to people and share information back and forth. That has not been a subject of conversation, though I'd be surprised if they're not talking about it and thinking about what's the most appropriate and safe way for us to return to conducting business in Hartford. As we get more information, that may have some impact to do. We may find our bandwidth actually expanded once we find ourselves able to congregate more effectively going forward, but I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Betts, followed by Senator Wong. Representative Betts, you're muted. We can't hear you. There you go.
Okay. Good morning, sir. I'm confused because I agree with your opening remarks about how we want to be sensitive to the workload of LCO and the other staff. And, following up on what Senator Summers said, I guess I have two questions. One is this going to happen with any other bills? And if it's not, then I'm really unclear as to why we're doing it this way. I know it's the leadership that's determining this, but I don't understand procedurally why we have to have two separate bills, which I think is going to lengthen as well as confuse the outcome of the bill itself. And I've been in as long as you have. I've never seen this done before. And I'm really baffled as to why it's necessary to do this, because you can always put an amendment in another bill. And I just think it sets a very bad precedent. And I want to know not only your response to that, but potentially if this is done, well, then we could do it on any bill, any other bill in public health. Is that not true?
As I said, I'm not familiar with this transpiring before. I don't think I've seen everything, but I'm getting there. But I don't have a frame of reference for that, Senator, for Representative.
But would you comment on any other bills before the Public Health Committee? Will this be taking place with any other bills, or is it just this bill?
I do not see this happening again, because I think that going forward, we will be apprised of the appropriate process and will avoid finding ourselves in this situation.
Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. And I just get the feeling that, it's about transparency and process. We are a bicameral legislative body where the Senate and the House convene in committee work. And just by approval of bills, we call it joint favorably approved. And the fact that we have two separate bills with similar language, increasing workload, it just shows a bit of gamesmanship. But also, I got to be honest with you, the frustration we've had from the onset with many of our debates here, with limitation of hearing times, and I've said enough about this, and I understand. But I do want to be on the record to discuss the issue of transparency and process and the gamesmanship that may be occurring. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, certainly, if you know me, that's certainly not my intent to get involved in this fashion. There are certainly dynamics in the legislature that still leave me scratching my head sometimes. I don't always think that way, but this is the way that in many ways legislatures since time immemorial have operated, that politics do certainly infect or inform the way that we go forward. You have the pledge of the chairs that we will in the future be as transparent and avoid any even semblance of seeming gamesmanship, because that certainly wasn't our intent.
And I greatly appreciate the working dynamics with our chairs. I have great fondness and respect for them. But it is part of the reason why people, if you said, going back in time, it is why people are always suspect, and that why we need to maintain the balance between individual rights and government oversight. So again, I look forward to the future debate on this, but I just want to be on the record to the point of my concerns about process, representative viewpoints and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the multiple times.
I appreciate your comments and those of the others. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd be remiss on not speaking on behalf of literally hundreds of people that have reached out to me with the concerns about bill being both a Senate bill and a House bill. It doesn't look like transparency is in play. And it is the very reason why many of the individuals that have listened to this hearing and asked that this not be done virtually and limited to 24 hours and so on are so distrusting of the legislature process that we're doing with regard to this bill. It's unique to any other bill. There's not any other bill out there that has two bills in this fashion, and I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I do think this affords us an opportunity. And I had pledged to try to read every last bit of public testimony, written testimony submitted. And frankly, I wasn't done. I'm only in the T's. I still got to finish the T's, the UVs, WYs, and X's and Z's. So this is an opportunity for all of us. And I'm sure you're all working towards reading all that testimony for us to complete that before we have our vote, probably in the next week or so. So let's take this time to make sure that we have listened to everyone who has submitted their testimony. I have found it illuminating, some really interesting points of view. I've been tickled by the testimony that was submitted in rhyming couplets. And there have been some very clever and also extremely informative submissions of testimony on this bill. And I encourage you all to honor that pledge, to make sure that everyone is heard by trying to complete reading all that testimony. And I will add, there will be a quiz before we vote next week. So we're going to make sure that you've read all 1,700 pieces of testimony. Representative Carpino, followed by Representative Betts for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I respect your comment that this decision may be above your pay grade. So perhaps this comment is directed at those above your pay grade. I'm not here to serve leadership or to serve political agendas. I'm here to serve the people of the 32nd District and the people of the state of Connecticut. And although the individual members of this committee have always worked very hard, regardless of their party affiliation, I think this goes beyond transparency. At least the individuals in my district and surrounding communities who've reached out, this looks like a sleight of hand. This is actually appearing as deceptive to many members of the public, and I think we need to keep that in mind. This is not whether you support or oppose a concept, but I've talked to multiple constituents who are truly concerned. And when folks don't trust government, looking like you're pulling a rabbit out of a hat when no one's looking isn't really helping our cause. So if this is above your pay grade, my comments are directed to those who are intentionally misleading the public. And if it's not intentional, I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, it certainly seems that way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. I can understand the perception. I think it might reflect more clumsiness than cleverness in this regard. And I can assure you, I've got nothing up my sleeve, and I'm not capable of sleight of hand. So it is our goal in this committee to be as transparent as possible. We hear you. We are not necessarily happy ourselves with having this conversation right now. It was our intent to move forward with the agenda as originally proposed. Representative Dauphiné for the second time, followed by Representative Betts. Is that second or third? I've lost track.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My second time. I just wanted to also make everyone aware that it's been brought to my attention by many constituents that they submitted testimony that was never posted. So that's been a concern of many of the people I've heard from. I am asking them to resubmit, but there have been several dozen, if not maybe a few hundred, that have not gotten their testimonies posted. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. If there's been any technical issues, we would like to address those and make sure everybody's opportunity to be heard is granted. Representative Betts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for the second time. Following along your logic about you've gotten to letter T or whatever it is in the testimony, I also have not finished reading all the testimony. And just based on common sense and respect alone, would it not make or be fair or more realistic to hold all the bills on this vaccination issue until we've had a chance to read it all? And if it isn't, why are we selecting this one now, knowing we haven't finished reading all the testimony?
Well, certainly, if you recall, after we had the conversation about all the testimony submitted and the fact that we couldn't hear everybody on the Zoom call, we promised you to give you in excess of a week to accomplish that. We have honored that commitment, and we're giving you a bonus period to go still further if, like me, you haven't quite finished yet. So one would argue we have offered quite a bit of time to get through it. And no one's saying it's not a significant task to go through all that and to really read them, to really understand where people are coming from. Is not easy. Some of them are very brief and some of them are quite extensive. Some of them run 8 or 9 pages. But I do believe that we have honored our commitment to you to afford you sufficient time to get through them. And if you haven't before, we certainly have now. Representative Zupkis? I'm sorry, Representative Betts, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that. And I just want to echo what Representative Carpino says. I certainly don't want to be associated or known for gerrymandering the process. I mean, clearly, as individuals, we are confused. You obviously are not really happy with this process. But I'm still trying to figure out the rationale and the reason for doing it. And it's because leaders have directed you to do it that way. Then I would ask that they give an explanation to everybody, Republicans, Democrats, and the public all together, because this is definitely new. It's certainly something I don't want to be associated with because it's a precedent. And I understand your position, but I still haven't heard the answer in terms of why we're doing it this way, other than the fact that it's your leaders that are saying that. And that just seems somewhat half-answered. I think all of us are entitled, including you and your co-chair, a real rationale as to why we're doing it this way. So thank you very much, and I'll continue to listen to what's going on.
Well, thank you, Representative, and I concur with your comments. Given the headache this is creating, I certainly wouldn't want to go down this path again if it could be avoided. And to be fair to our leadership, they're advising us on good process. And the fact that we have these 2 bills and that they're not in alignment, the one has language and one doesn't have language. In hindsight, it does make sense that if the intent is to make them identical, that they should be run in parallel and run in a fashion where there's no confusion as to the content of each of the bills. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm certainly not going to reiterate what my colleagues have said. However, I do completely agree with them. But I will say I, for one, have not gotten through nearly all of the testimony because we all have other huge bills in this committee plus other committees. So we're talking about 2 bills out of hundreds. And I can't even imagine how much testimony. However, I did have some help, and I did have a group of people just go through all of the testimony for each of these bills. And as an example, on SB 568, there were 1,705 people opposed and 101 for it. And for House Bill 6423, there was 1,529 opposed and 95 for it. So I just wanted to let everyone be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that does reflect my my analysis of the for and against as well. Though I will just, I think it's up to each individual legislature what to make of that. We have a lot of passionate people, and it's always complicated because we only hear from that subgroup, and we don't hear from virtually everybody else in the state of Connecticut who might be affected by that. So I think it's a personal decision you have to make, whether or not you're going to yield to the perceived majority of testimony, or whether you're to, as I like to quote the parliamentarian and legislator Edmund Burke, and can't quote it precisely, but I will paraphrase that our obligation as elected officials is as much about using our discretion and judgment as just yielding to the perceived majority point of view. That's the way I've always operated. I feel it's my obligation to do more than just do a head count, but to do the homework and analyze the specifics and the merits of any particular bill, and ideally make it as good as possible before voting on it. That's just my approach, and others can approach it differently.
And I would say that I think in every piece of legislation, we as legislators use our own judgment. I'm just merely stating a fact that is the testimony that came in. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. That is accurate, and you may draw from that what you choose. Are there any other comments? Perhaps we can get to the matter at hand, which I think we'd like to do. The first up is Senate Bill, I think it's 326, now that I don't have the right document in front of me. Here we go. Yes, an act prohibiting the sale of flavored cigarette tobacco products, electronic nicotine delivery systems, and vapor products. This is a JFS to the floor.
no.
Do I have a motion?
No, you don't have the right thing in front of you then.
Oh, I don't. I'm working off the old one. You know, I keep flipping
The
screens.
first thing is, there, Roman numeral 3 are 2 proposed bills to be drafted as committee bills. The
Why don't you
first
take
one is
over, Senator, while I find the right document?
Senate Bill 115, an act prohibiting the sale of cigarette tobacco products, electronic nicotine delivery systems, and vapor products by healthcare facilities and pharmacies.
So moved. Jillian.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Will Haskell. I think we will, if there's no objection, we can do this by a voice vote. However, if you prefer, we can do a roll call vote. Senator Summers.
Yes, I would prefer a roll call vote on this, and I will not be supporting the drafting of this bill going forward, because what this bill does is prevents places like Stop and Shop or Walmart or Walgreens, any place that has a pharmacy within its shell will not be able to sell tobacco products. This is not just pharmacies like CVS. It is any place that has a pharmacy. And I think this is complete overreach on the legislator's part. The healthcare facilities already don't sell tobacco products, so that should not even be in this particular this bill. But this is coming out of CVS's decision to not sell tobacco products, which is a pharmacy. But these are private businesses that have the right to sell a legal product in the state of Connecticut. And this isn't just not selling it at the pharmacy. This is not selling it anywhere in the building. So if you were selling tobacco products at the front of the store and your pharmacy was at the back of the store, this bill would prevent you from selling tobacco products. I will say this time and time again. We are, going around tobacco, trying to eliminate this, that, and the other thing from being able to be sold. Tobacco is a legal product. If tobacco is so bad, then we should make the decision to make tobacco illegal. But now we are, snipping around the edges, trying to prevent it here, trying to ban flavors. We raised the age to 21 last year. We had an agreement to not go back at this. And now this is what we're doing. I understand from a health perspective, smoking is bad. I do not agree with smoking. But now we are impacting businesses that have pharmacies within their shell, and we are saying you can't sell any tobacco products within it. And that's why I do not support drafting this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you,
Senator
Senator.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Representative.
Thank you. Now that I seem to be on the same page as everybody else. Senator Wong, followed by Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting no on this, more for the process dialogue that we had earlier. We are going to be voting on a tobacco product, the flavoring issue. This is an extension of that, and it goes against the process that we talked about minimizing. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have to admit, Senator, I'm a little confused. These bills are not identical. They have different intent and they were brought by different parties. So if there's anything I can do to help clarify the difference between the two bills for you, I'm glad to do so.
Absolutely. And if we wanted to continue that discussion, I think this may be an overreach in regards to independent choices that businesses are looking to make. They can sell or not sell tobacco. The fact is, we're not making an overall ban on tobacco. We're just saying to these organizations, and I know in our conversations, we talked about due process, and I believe this is an overreach. So you're right. It is a differentiation, but we're splitting hairs here. We're talking about addressing the issue of tobacco sales, and that could have been very easily folded into our conversations. We don't need to draft another bill, but through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think that in this committee and many other committees, particularly we have hearings on a variety of related bills, which may or may not be amalgamated. And that since the intent of the legislation in this case are related but different, I think it's perfectly reasonable and certainly something I've seen many, many, many times in this committee and others where we have two bills that are related but have not been merged. Senator Anwar, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. I would encourage my colleagues to support drafting this at this time. And I want to mention about the overreach. The overreach right now is that somebody who is going over to the pharmacy to get medicines and treatment for their tobacco and related diseases, at the point of sale, they're selling tobacco. It is a moral question. So everybody wants to be very moral and ethical at this time. So let's look at and expect the corporations that some of the people may work for, expect more from them to be moral and ethical about things. This is a very strong strategy that the tobacco industry came up with, was at the point of sales marketing. They want to normalize that tobacco is a life product in every aspect. You can get your candies, you can get your chocolate, and right there next to them, you can get your tobacco. And this is what they're doing in the pharmaceutical industry. Now, you're a healthcare facility or you're not a healthcare facility. If you are a pharmacy, you're a healthcare facility. Now, within that pharmacy, people actually have the pharmacies right at the end. And then before you get to that point, they have all of these products that are being used. This is going to be a moral responsibility that we have as a community. What do we need to do for the next generation? This is the only product, when used according to its existing criteria, is going to be harmful and lethal for the children and the adults. And so saying that it's a legal product, fair, that's a legal question that you can ask, but at the same time, is it an appropriate thing to do it? So now, are you saying that when we have an AA meeting, at the side of that AA meeting, let's sell alcohol because might as well have some opportunity because it's a free country and you can have free opportunity. And this is what my colleagues are going to be saying when they say no to drafting a bill that is going to be looking at identifying ways of having some morality and expectation from the industry who is just interested to make more money off the children, off the people. And again, hiding behind different words of transparency and all of that, good for you to be able to hide behind that. I refuse to hide behind some of these things. I refuse to allow the next generation to be harmed and then make a normalization of tobacco being a daily product for people. Yes, there are places people can make a choice where they want to go and buy, but it should not be shoved in front of you when you're going to take your medicines for your heart, your lung, and other illnesses that are related. And this is where I stand, and I would urge people with any sense of responsibility towards the next generation to draft this and support this and move forward with this, because if you believe that corporations are people, then hold them accountable like people. And that's all I can say and expect from you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm sure every member of this committee takes their responsibilities very seriously, regardless of how they vote on this bill. But we do appreciate your perspective. Representative Pettit, followed by Senator Abrams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with many of those comments. I think, again, this is overreach. I think at some point there is personal responsibility. I mean, I spent 30 years telling and counseling people not to smoke. At some point, there's personal responsibility. I think the appropriate response to this, if people feel strongly about it, is a market-based approach, that as you decide you're not going to do your business at a place that sells these products if you think that is inconsistent with your beliefs. I think we can't pick winners and losers here, allowing legal products to be sold in some venues and not others. I think the comparison to AA is inappropriate. AA is certainly going to look for a place that's not next door to a place that sells alcohol for the most part. I suppose it may have happened somewhere, but I think that's comparison's a bit off the mark. So I think we shouldn't, as representatives of our constituents, be picking winners and losers for a legal product. And I agree. I made the comment to our caucus several times that really we should go after making tobacco products completely illegal. We know they're bad. They've been bad for a long time. We keep on nibbling around the edges and putting certain businesses and certain people at a disadvantage to others in an attempt to moralize and get people to follow a behavior pattern that we want. And I don't think that's our responsibility. And I don't think this type of legislation is appropriate. I get it. People say, Patty, you're a physician. You should, yeah, I know better. You shouldn't smoke. And I tell people that all the time. Tell people in my family that all the time. But at some point it comes down to the individual, and I don't think it's our responsibility to make these kind of decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Abrams, followed by Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that these two bills are being voted to draft. So that means that we would get language to them to know exactly what they're saying, and perhaps not guaranteed, but they would have to, if they were going to move forward, come before the committee again for another vote. So I just want to make that clear that at this point for these two bills, we are just voting as to whether or not to move them forward to put language to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Betts, followed by Representative Claridis Tetria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of comments about that. If we vote to move forward to draft the bill, it's with the intention of having it go to the floor. If there is many questions that have been raised on this particular issue, one is certainly picking winners and losers. How we can say it's bad and say you can't sell it in pharmacies and yet you can get it at any other number of stores is completely inconsistent with the idea of business practices, and certainly is not the role of the legislature. And if this is the role of the legislature, then that concerns me even further, because we've been talking about a number of bills in which state government is really taking away the rights of individuals to make choices. And if we really want to discourage people from from smoking, then we should be educating them and not taking money from the tobacco fund and keeping it for the general fund. We should concentrate harder and more focused on banning smoking. I don't smoke. I agree with that. But I could not disagree more with the idea of drafting something that clearly is not only discriminatory, but it doesn't even address the moral issue of whether you should be having this or not. And I just really think it's a mistake to spend time and energy on something that, frankly, if we couldn't draft before this point, we really shouldn't be doing it now, because it does not, I repeat, it does not solve the problem that was raised. And I don't understand why that's difficult to see, but I will say it is part of a trend that really has me concerned about the government overstepping and making decisions for people as if we don't have the brains, the willpower, or the right to be able to make our own decisions. So I strongly, even though I really dislike smoking, I strongly oppose the idea of moving forward with this. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And I concur, as I imagine many of us do, with the desire to see that the tobacco fund funds are used appropriately. And it's something we should continue to push for as we go forward with our budget discussions as a legislature. I'm not the proponent of this bill, but just my surmise is the reason why this bill has been brought forward is that one could argue that a pharmacy, which is supposed to be bringing healing and ameliorating products, is the last place you would want to encourage further prospects of addiction. And that the real distinction between this and other freedoms of individual choices, that in some ways addiction takes away one's ability to make good choices. And this conceivably could be one of those more extreme examples where we're trying to help people who may not be in the best position to help themselves when it comes to addiction. Representative Claridis Tetria, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments, as many of my fellow legislators said, I don't use tobacco. I don't condone and understand how anybody can use it because there's no health benefits for it, but it is a personal choice. Someone talked about going into the pharmacy, getting your meds, whatever you need to get, and then you see cigarettes sold there, and they didn't think that was right. What about the diabetic that goes to get their insulin and there's candy there? Are we going to ban candy now because it's not healthy for someone to be eating candy if you're a diabetic? It's an overreach. And I think people need to have some personal responsibility for themselves instead of us legislating what they can and can't do. And all of these bills, it's the same theme. We're telling people what they can and can't do. If there's a product that's legal and people want to use it, they should be able to within their age range. We need to educate more. We talk about that every day. Education, education, education. Let's use some of those dollars to educate our residents of Connecticut. And I don't think this is the right bill for our state. People need to make their own personal decision on what they want to or don't want to do. And pharmacies have candy, they have sugary drinks, they have birth control you get at the pharmacy and the like. So we're going to start banning all those things because we don't think they're healthy for people, or that's our personal decision. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Representative. Since you brought it up, I did introduce a bill this year to the money committees on a sugary drink tax. So I see some consistency there. Representative Foster.
I first want to say thank you to all my colleagues. I feel like this conversation is like I appreciate having the conversation about like big government control versus government control in a perspective of public health over philosophy of individual responsibility. I feel like that is a conversation we can have with civility, and I appreciate having that exchange between our partisan groups because I feel like that there's some compromise to be had there. But I felt like I'd be remiss if I didn't say that from a public health, which is what this committee is named, uses a wide variety across the wide body of science about promoting public health and well-being. There's a wide variety of strategies that have been demonstrated protected at promoting public health and well-being. And since Representative Clarence Detria brought up obesity and sugar, since that's my realm of expertise, I can use that as an example. You might not agree with philosophies like changing how children have access to sugar-sweetened beverages in the school system, but policies like that significantly positively improve public health of children. So you might not agree with the philosophy of achieving a public health gain because of whether or not you think it's governmental responsibility or individual responsibility. And I think that that's an okay conversation to have. However, I don't want to get lost in this conversation that there's a tremendous body of evidence that support that when you take nicotine products out of places where children can also shop, and where health products are promoted, that you can have positive impact. And so I actually, when we talk about the spectrum of tobacco related policies that we see in front of us today, this policy I think has the maximum potential for gain from a public health perspective for improving health outcomes and decreasing access that children have to tobacco products. And I think that those things are really important. And so I know, like, I'm glad to have the conversation about whose responsibility we think it is, individual versus collective. And that's fine. But I do want to be clear that whether you or not you agree with the philosophy, these things work. So if a program or a policy works, that taking tobacco products out of co-located sales with healthcare products is helpful, I think that we should acknowledge that an intervention is effective. And we can have conversations about whether or not you think it's a good idea or not because of government overreach or not, but the policy works. So I think that that's just important to know.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I vehemently disagree with Rep. Foster, and I'll say this. Last year, they put in a bill that eliminated the ability for adults at the age of 18 to buy tobacco, and they changed it to 21, all in the guise of preventing children from getting to tobacco. And that was the very reason for that bill. So children cannot buy tobacco. So I just don't buy into that argument. And I also agree with my colleagues with regard to much of what they said about it being an independent choice, a choice of ourselves to make decisions for what we choose to do or not to do. Eating too much sugar, eating GMO products. There's all kinds of things that we could ban because they're not good for you. And that's what I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Gilchrist.
Yes, I had to just vehemently disagree with sort of the tone of what Senator Anwar had implied about a moral decision here. I think that the folks on the Public Health Committee take our jobs very seriously. We evaluate both sides of every situation or every bill. I will reiterate that I think this bill would be much different if it was limited to sole pharmacies, like the original apothecary, but it's not. It is a Target, a Stop and Shop, any grocery store that has a pharmacy in it. And we're not talking about selling tobacco products at the pharmacy counter. We're talking about having a pharmacy within a larger store that they are now not allowed to sell tobacco products at the front of the store. So this whole analogy of the AA meeting with the package store next to it is really irrelevant, and it's a bad analogy, and it's not accurate or focused on what we're talking about. So the reach of this bill, the way it's drafted, and we have asked this in screening, would really prevent any store that has a pharmacy in it, not just a pharmacy alone, from having any tobacco products. And tobacco products are legal. And we have raised the age to 21. We are not selling tobacco products to children. If tobacco is an issue, which I agree it is, then we should get rid of tobacco completely, make it illegal. But it's a legal product in the state. And now you're telling a business that they are no longer allowed to sell a legal product because they are servicing customers by having the convenience of a pharmacy within the walls of their business, where they also sell ice shovels and they sell candles and they sell groceries. So that is the issue that I have with this bill. And I think it's too broad and it's too much of an overreach. And I would like to see the data that shows that when you ban tobacco products from pharmacies within larger stores, that it actually curtails children using tobacco products. Because I don't think that study has existed. Maybe in pharmacies, healthcare facilities already don't sell tobacco products. So I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but I'm a no on raising it because of its broad overreach. And I hope that if this bill gets drafted, that we continue this debate later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I can assure you that if this bill does get drafted, that everybody will have an opportunity to offer their point of view on how to make it as effective as possible. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will build off what you were just saying. I think that today's conversation is a perfect reason why we should move forward with voting to draft this bill so that we can have these important conversations and utilize the committee process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, I believe we're ready for the vote. Based upon the tenor of the conversation, I think a roll call vote is probably called for. So
Yes, it was already requested. So
Oh,
we
okay.
need to do a roll.
Either way, Madam Administrator, I believe we're ready for the vote.
Senator Darty Abrams,
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar strongly votes yes. Thank you.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes no.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Representative Cook, Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell, can you vote again for me, please? I did not see you on screen.
Sure, I'm so sorry about that. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Representative Cabras de Graaf, Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes no.
Representative Claritas Deetria,
Representative Claritas Deetria votes no.
Bev, were you able to hear me?
Lanahan, Representative Cabras de Graaf,
Representative Cabros de Graaf votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Representative Terziak,
Representative Terziak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Lanahan, Mr. Chair, are we holding the votes open?
Yes, we are holding the votes open.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
was muted. We're looking at probably an hour after the conclusion of this, but we will confirm that. All right, we are ready to move on for the second item under Section 3 of today's agenda. Proposed Senate Bill 568, an act eliminating the non-medical exemption to the immunization requirement. This is a bill to be drafted. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Jillian.
Seconded, Rep. Elliott.
Comments or questions? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting no on this, one part because of process and two because of the concept of individual choices and rights, and I ask for a roll call vote on this, sir.
Duly noted. We will have a roll call vote. Senator Summers.
Yes, I will also be voting against this, raising this concept, because again, we've had this conversation earlier about raising two bills, double the work, one Senate, one House bill, which no other bill has. You know, it would have been much easier for us to work on one bill, and that is not the case. We've heard about sleight of hand. I'm not sure it's quite that much, but it is definitely, there's something more motivating than just having two bills. Let's all be honest and clear with what's happening here. And I don't like it. And I think the citizens of Connecticut deserve better. In addition, I also take exception to the title of the bill. The title of the bill should be what it is, which is removing the religious exemption It is not about a non-medical exemption. We can debate that. Non-medical exemption does not exist in statute. And I wish that the bill was titled appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I think that as a legislature historically, we could do a better job sometimes with titles. I find them sometimes obscure, complicated, maybe not all that illuminating as to the content of the bill. And we even have occasions where we do a strike all and the title and the bill don't even match up. So there's a lot of history of titles having opportunity to be different or more specific. I understand where you're coming from. I also understand your concern about what the motivation is. All I can do is assure you that certainly it is not our intention to be unnecessarily Byzantine. And the last point I would make is that it will not be double the work. If our objective is to bring the two bills into alignment, the good work we've already done on the House bill will not only inform the Senate bill, it will mean that the amount of work to bring the two into alignment is much, much, much less than double the work. Representative Claridis Detria, followed by Senator Summers. I'm sorry, Senator.
I just want to respond to that just really quickly. It may not be double the work for the legislature because we have staff, but think about the citizens that want to weigh in and have testimony. It's double for them trying to find the bills, trying to read through the bills, and it does create confusion for them. And I will leave it at that. And I realize that this is not the chair's decision, and I appreciate you, talking to us about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess the only good news is there's been nothing to read on 568 to this point, so people can't get too lost in it at this juncture. And certainly there's plenty to read in the House version, so people should be able to get up to speed on what will be in the Senate version very easily. Representative Claridis Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree that we don't need two bills on this religious exemption. We've heard hundreds, if not thousands of times already by people and our residents in the state of Connecticut. We have about 530 students in the state of Connecticut with only 8,000 religious exemptions, but we have about 20,000 children considered non-compliant. So why are we attacking our religious exemption families? We can't do an education program. I talked about in our last bill, education. If we can get that, work on that 20,000 population, we could probably get our vaccination rate up 25% from in that 20,000 person group. I don't feel at this time we have all the numbers from DPH that we've asked for, and some of our data is flawed. And at this time, I will be a no vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I think most of us would concur with you that education is important, and everything we have said as chairs have indicated our desire to promote, to facilitate the conversation between practitioners and families so they can get their questions answered, they can get their concerns allayed, and hopefully bring more people into compliance. It's certainly our goal. And I emphasize, at least with regard to what's already extant in the House bill, there's a lot of emphasis on the medical exemption and a lot of emphasis on dialogue to achieve the kind of education that you described. Representative McCarty.
Yes, good morning and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for a quick point of clarification, did you say earlier that the language on this bill proposed to draft 568 will be identical to the current language in our other immunization bill 6423?
I will say that it is our intent to not have two bills that would confuse anybody, that they should be ideally identical. It's conceivable, though, when we come back to you, obviously the House bill may have changes which would make it a JFS, and the Senate bill would be a JF. But yes, it is not our intent to have two different bills, and the phrase sleight of hand, I imagine, may have relevance. That is not the intent. It's simply to have the vehicle to run the bill that is voted out of committee run in either one chamber or the other.
And I appreciate
that certainly punctuates my opinion on the subject.
And I thank you very much for your leniency and questioning today. I'm going to be a no vote on this only for some of the very pertinent comments that were made regarding process and how the bill is being treated. But thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And again, our apologies, particularly to members of the public that expected a vigorous debate on the House bill today. I can assure you that will happen, and there will be a vigorous debate. Representative Betts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was sitting here thinking if I were a member of the public watching this debate and watch what's going on, I would be thoroughly confused because we already have one bill that's going to be taken up. We've agreed on the benefit and the need for having education, yet there's been no commitment to put that in a bill. And if we did want to do it, we could put it in the House bill. And I have to say, where you agree with a lot of things that we're talking about, I don't hear any action in terms of, well, let's do it that way, because that's where we have common ground. And again, I'm absolutely resistive to this process, which I think is, well, frankly, I think it makes us look bad, and I think it's wrong. And I just really regret that we're going to move forward on this, knowing that there are all these major concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Though I will respectfully disagree with you. When it comes to the subject of education, I refer you, I know we're talking about the Senate bill, but I refer you to the House bill. And if you have not acquainted yourself with the sections that relate to encouraging dialogue between practitioners and family members, where the decisions on a medical exemption really do belong, you should do so now. Maybe that's not as far as you would personally want to go in education, in which cases neither of these bills is fully baked. There's still an opportunity to share with us what you suggest we might do in addition to what's in that bill to further promote education and engagement. That's certainly something we desire as part of the intent of this bill.
Representative Steinberg, if I can respond to that, I take exception to the idea you don't think I know it's in the House bill. That is absolutely not true. What I'm saying is you should not have two bills, but to say that I'm not aware that's in the House bill, I really object to that.
The only reason I brought it up, and I apologize if you misinterpreted my intent, was that we're talking about the Senate bill now, and I wanted to refer back to the House bill in case there was confusion, that there was no language which in any way was intended to address the issue of education. Since the Senate bill is not drafted, it's conceivable that those who have looked at 568 would not be aware of the fact there are things related to education that are intent of the bill. It was certainly not to suggest any individual had not read the bill, but rather to refer back to the House bill, which in theory we're not actually discussing right now. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I need to make a statement I think that's vital for the rest of our proposals, whether they're actions to be taken or bills to be drafted. This is part of the process. And part of the process is we bring items to the table, we draft them, we debate them, and then we move them on for everybody else to debate them, or we don't. But at the end of the day, I think a yes here or a conversation here and then a yes out of here does not mean that we necessarily are going to support something once it hits the floor. I've rarely seen in the 13 years I've been in my position a bill leave a committee and be exactly the same way as it is when you take a vote on it on the floor. I hope that when I have legislation in other committees that those bills are discussed and voted to be drafted and have a good, robust conversation. So I hope that none of our colleagues or anybody that's watching feel that a yes vote on anything today means a yes vote on something once it hits the floor, if it ever does hit the floor, because we are still just the beginning of the process. I would like to see some things changed in almost every piece of legislation that we see. Sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't. And then we have the opportunity once it gets to the floor to make that decision there. So I do think, Mr. Chairman, for the sake of the conversation and anybody that's paying attention, that they really understand that this is still just the beginning of our works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for that comment and for, in some ways, helping us regain our focus. I'm willing to go out on a limb and guarantee that the House bill, which will be the basis for the Senate bill, we'll see further changes. I think between the written and the in-person Zoom testimony we've heard, there are many things that I want to look at vis-a-vis the precise language to make sure we're being absolutely clear about the intent of this bill and to make sure that the actual ramifications are consistent with that intent. Noodling, if we can use that word, the language is actually quite important for aspects of clarity and implementation. There are still things we need to look at to make sure that that is the case. And to reiterate what I said earlier, voting this bill out of committee still affords everybody in this committee and members of the public an opportunity to make additional suggestions on how we can optimize this bill and make it work in the way that we intended. As Representative Cook said, this is not the end of the process. We've made some progress on the House bill. We have just begun the Senate bill. The two bills will be in accord, and they will likely be somewhat different than where we stand today. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to, I agree with Representative Cook, and that's why I'm a no, actually, because I think it should be one bill. It should not be two, because I think the process is not the way it should be going forward. So I am a no on this. I won't give all my reasons right now because most of them have already been spoken to, but absolutely because of the process is why I'm a no. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why they call it sausage making in the legislature. It's often not pretty. It's the way we often do things. If people have other suggestions to improve the process, I recommend you take it to respective caucus leadership. Maybe we can make the rules better going forward. And we are where we are right now. So seeing no further comments, I believe we're ready for the vote, Madam Administrator.
Senator Darty Abrams,
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Senator Kushner, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Sorry, Senator Anwar votes yes. I missed a little bit.
Senator Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes no.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Senator, could you repeat your vote for me, please? I did not see you on screen.
Senator Summers votes no.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes no.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Django,
Representative Jang votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Representative Cabros de Gras,
Representative Cabros de Gras votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes no.
Representative Clarice Dietrich,
Representative Clarice Dietrich votes no.
Representative Lanahan, Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Representative Terziak,
Representative Terziak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Senator Kushner, Representative Lenahan,
So again, the votes will be kept open. I think that Representative Steinberg had to get off.
No, I'm still here,
Oh, you're still here? I'm sorry, Representative, go ahead.
just uncharacteristically silent. Yes, we will hold the votes open for roughly an hour after the conclusion of today's votes to be confirmed shortly. You have a comment, Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would respectfully ask that when the good administrator is calling the roll call, if someone misses, instead of interrupting while she's going through the roll call, if they could just wait till the end because she is recalling the names afterwards, I think it just would be a little bit more fluid as the call is being taken. And I say that of the utmost respect, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
What a wonderful suggestion. Never feel shy about making good suggestions like that, Representative. I'm sure we can all pay attention to that. Let's move on to item 4 of the agenda for today. Bills to be considered for JF action. Now we are ready for Senate Bill 326, an act prohibiting the sale of flavored cigarettes, tobacco products, electronic delivery systems, and vapor products. It's a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Do we have comments, conversation, points of view? Remarkably for this committee, I see no, oh, wait, here we go, just when we thought. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little surprised myself, but that being said, it is an important issue, and I will be voting yes on this bill. But I do have a couple of questions to the chairs. In our testimony, in our conversations, there were issues related to estimated revenue that could be lost. They range from possibly 10 million to 50 million. Is there any additional clarification that the chairs or anybody could help us in regards to a fiscal loss note of revenue?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Yes, I'm sure it's weighed on many of our minds. We know that there is obviously some revenue impact. I believe the numbers you quote are reflective of the fact that it is not certain. There's some measure of speculation trying to project forward what activities will occur. I'm not going to put the chair of the Finance Committee on the spot on this one, Representative Scanlon, other than to suggest it's more than zero. It is probably less than 100 million. I'd be pretty confident about that, but we are not sure about the precise number. So any revenue amount is of consequence, but I would argue that this is, if more than nominal, not a huge amount of money. And given the healthcare benefits, which we have also not measured, the cost to our community, to our insurance companies, and most importantly to the individuals affected, has not been captured, and I would argue could easily exceed the revenue impact.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I asked the question because it is important to note, but I also believe that when we discuss these kind of issues, that revenue should not be the driving factor, and that we should look at a more broad and holistic approach. But I do want to make a note that it is going to be a revenue lost. The second point I wanted to point out is in the issue of well-documented of addiction. But it was brought up in the testimony in regards that a black market could rise and to feed the addiction despite all our best efforts to prevent it. And also the second point would be surrounding states have not made this ban. So what do you say to those arguments that, it seems like, nobody else is doing this and there's a black market right across the border or a legal market? What do you say to that from a standpoint of how we're approaching it when there aren't other issues, other states paralleling us to affect this policy?
Thank you, Senator. That's a really good question, and one which is not simply pertinent to this bill, but to so many bills we consider as a legislature. For example, we're aware of the fact that the federal government is engaged in activities related to flavored products, which may even supersede the activities we take on here. We don't know what will transpire. They're in the middle of their process. As we've seen on this and so many bills, states are oftentimes not even moving in the same direction. In some cases are moving one way, in some cases are moving other way. I mean, this is not our committee's cognizance, but if you want to talk about voting restrictions, there are some states like Connecticut's that are trying to enable everybody who's eligible to vote, and there are other states that are going in the opposite direction. So I would argue that we should always be aware and interested in what other states are doing, but that we have an obligation to the citizens of the state of Connecticut to do what's best for the people of the state of Connecticut.
Very well said, Mr. Chair. And perhaps maybe or maybe you kind of can surmise where I'm going with this is that I hope to have true bipartisan support in this bill. And based upon the overwhelming support from health advocate organizations and from medical and substance treatment organizations in support of this bill, understanding the perils and the dangers of tobacco smoke, I genuinely hope that they will have the same level of enthusiasm and offer their professional input in discussions relating to marijuana legalization. It seems to be deathly silent on that area of discussion from a standpoint of addiction, from a standpoint of public health. I worry the fact that as we explore other venues, that we kind of fall into an easy trap that you articulated so effectively, saying that perhaps maybe we should be doing things differently than other states for the best interest of our citizens, and that we should not be basing our policy decisions based purely on revenue. So again, I hope that, again, we have some consistency, and I hope that the same people that are so vehemently, so strongly in support of this bill, that they have the same kind of vocal input to maintain that consistency in regards to marijuana legalization. Because perhaps if we do legalize it, and it seems like there's momentum, that we may be back in the same position about marijuana 5-10 years from now. So I'll be voting yes on this because I believe that we do have an important role in this, and it is not because of revenue, and it is not because of what other people aren't doing. It is because it is the right thing for the greater public health of our community. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity, and I hope others will rise up and offer their viewpoints in regards to this and stay consistent throughout in future discussions.
Thank you, Senator. I think we all strive for consistency, even if we often fail. To your point, I understand that I've been reminded that the state of Massachusetts has already passed legislation, perhaps even going further than we do, which is not only a New England state, it's an adjacent state. And I will agree with you on a lot of your other comments. And, one could argue we're not talking about recreational marijuana, but I consistently intend to indulge you, Senator, because you know that I've been lobbying for some time to make sure that legislation comes before the Public Health Committee so we can consider the health impacts and to highlight the fact that we have underfunded mental health and addiction services in the state, and that needs to be addressed. So if the bill never does come to us, at least thanks to you, Senator, we continue to talk about it in hearings and meetings, and that may be as close as we get, but you can't say we haven't tried.
Mr. Chair, and I do respect and appreciate your indulgence. And as I said, as a compliment to the chairs, we do have good working relationships, even though we may disagree. That being said, I think it would be a shame. And again, another stain on democracy and due process if a significant public health issue does not appear before this committee and we gamesmanship through this process that places significant impact in people's lives, that we don't allow these wonderful organizations that submitted testimony to have a voice for the greater public good. So I appreciate that. And I always do appreciate your indulgence as I kind of consistently take that tone of questioning in regards to that. So I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. And in the interest of achieving consistency, we can all look to you because you are perfectly consistent on that point. Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with Senator Hong. Thank you. You took some of my comments. I will say, I don't think that there's one person on this committee that does not have the best interests of our children first. As a mom of 2 girls, I am constantly thinking about how legislation would affect their health and their safety. So I pride myself in that, as I'm sure other parents on this committee and grandparents, and even people without children. And a woman who testified made a very valid point to me and said, cotton candy, what adult smokes cotton candy? And I agree with that. I hate cotton candy. I don't let my kids eat cotton candy. So I do. However, I will say I will not be supporting this because I do believe the menthol and those flavors, people are adults, and we passed the 21 law and it raised the age, and there are adults and they have, in my opinion, the right to choose whether to smoke or not. I don't smoke. I don't think it's good for you. However, I think that it's a person's right when there are an adult to choose. And I echo what Senator Huang said about legalizing recreational marijuana. That totally concerns me for my children and every other child. And if they can get vaping products, they're going to be able to get that. So I hope we are all as passionate about that as we are this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pettit, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, a conundrum. Should people smoke? No. Should people smoke flavored products? No. Should people vape? I don't think so. Should they use flavored vapes? No. But I'm going to be a no because I think this concept needs more work. The data that I saw and heard in this hearing was that the loss of revenues in the range of 100 to 150 million. The data from Massachusetts is that they've mostly driven the sales over the state lines and other places. The data on this concept has showed no changes in smoking as that adults go to buy out of state. And I guess now people will head to Rhode Island and New York, the internet and the black market. And we had someone from Alcohol and Tobacco tell us that Connecticut's about 7th in the nation in smuggled cigarettes because of our high taxes. So our intention is to decrease smoking, yet most of the data shows that there's no impact upon smoking. And it raised, again, to reiterate what some other people said, in terms of banning the flavors, I assume we're going to be back in 22 and ban flavored vodkas because alcohol is a legal product, but we're going to try to direct people what they should drink and what they shouldn't drink. And if marijuana is legalized, there's not going to be any allowance for flavored gummies or other products because even though it may be a legal product, we're going to try to tell people exactly what to do, even though they're adults and legal products. So I think there's a lot of philosophical and practical issues with this. I think we've ignored a lot of the data that's presented to us. So I have to be a no and hope that there's some improvement. And getting back to the issue that we've stuffed in the closet for 20 years, a couple $1 billion of tobacco trust funds, we basically have used it for whatever we wanted and not for tobacco education. But we're trying to make a change with a statute that I don't think is going to be effective, as opposed to the past 20 years. We could have spent a lot of money on educational programs that I think would have had a far bigger impact. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Summers.
Yes, I would just like to echo what Representative Dr. Pettit has said. I'm not going to repeat what he said, But I also would like to remind folks that these are pre-market approved products from the FDA. They have to had to go through that process. That we as a committee developed Tobacco 21. We had everybody on board, and one of the agreements was to not touch the flavors. I don't want children to have access to vape products. That's why we kept them behind the counter, and that's why the age is 21. I do think that this bill needs work, so I'm going to be a no out of committee. However, I would like to work on the bill going forward, and if there are amendments that we can agree on, then I could certainly change my vote going forward. But right now, you know, I find it at the hypocrisy of us doing this bill, why we are thinking about legalizing marijuana, just outrageous, and that will not come to this committee. That bill for marijuana needs to come in front of the Public Health Committee. So here we are telling people that they cannot possibly purchase products that are legal at 21, but we are in Connecticut are thinking of legalizing something that is not federally legal, that is not cleared by the FDA, and that's okay. So I just want everyone to know I'm a no out of committee, but I am willing to work on this going forward, and I reserve the right to change my mind if this comes to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers, and thank you for your willingness to work on it. And I think we always all reserve our right to change our minds as we move through these processes. Representative Foster.
I just want to mention quickly two comments. The first is when Dr. Pettit was speaking, I agree with a lot of the things that he was saying about data presented out of the committee. I think there's nuance to be addressed in the language of this bill. I think that it still has a tremendous amount of merit and potential to protect health and well-being of children. So I will be voting in support of it to move out of the committee. But I do think that there is room for improvement, and I'd love to be a part of making those improvements happen. And I think that there is a way to move this forward that can make it more robustly, positively impact child outcomes. I'm particularly worried that this bill might address protections moving forward, but for the children who had already gotten hooked on flavored products, I'm worried that there will be children who will switch to combustibles. And so I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence. I think I can echo everyone who said that it'd be great that if there was more money being allocated to smoking cessation programs. And it wasn't clear to me, and I look forward to following up on this, that there is a child-specific smoking cessation program that's offered through DMIS, and I think that might need to exist in a more nuanced and different way. So just put that idea out there. But I feel compelled to share. There's this sort of comparison being made with marijuana legalization and tobacco, and although that's not what's in front of us, I do feel like it's important to know that from a public health, which is like intricately connected to social justice and race-based inequities, there is a very compelling public health rationale to and a social justice reason to legalize marijuana, whereas the opposite exists in the tobacco sphere from a racial equity standpoint. And so I think that I don't want that nuance, which isn't so subtle, to be lost in this conversation, because there's a tremendous amount of disparity in health outcomes by race that are related to tobacco smoking. And I believe that the data supports that this flavor ban will undo some of that inequity, whereas legalization of marijuana works in the opposite direction, where that will also, I think, help address inequities that we see both from a social justice and public health standpoint. And so I just feel like the conflation does a disservice to our understanding of public health and also racial justice, which I think is importantly related to these conversations. So I don't know if I articulated myself clearly, but that's just, I felt compelled to comment on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any more hands raised. So Madam Administrator, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Senator Darty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar, Senator Kushner, Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes no.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott, Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes no.
Senator Haskell, Senator Kasser,
Senator Castor votes yes.
Representative Cabras de Groot,
Cabros DeGraw votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes no.
Representative Claritas Dietrich,
Representative Claritas Dietrich votes no.
Representative Lenihan, Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Representative Terziak,
Representative Terziak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Senator Anwar, Senator Kushner, Representative Elliott, Senator Haskell, Representative Lenihan. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. To remind everyone, we will be holding votes open for roughly an hour after the conclusion of today's debate on the bills. At this juncture, we are down to the last item under bills to be considered for JF action. We have House Bill 6425, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Open the floor for comments, suggestions. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a difficult and complex issue, as we're all aware. I'm going to be a no on it, though my constituents probably fall in the category of some for, some against, and many on the fence. I can't say it any better than the Code of Ethical Ethics opinion from the AMA that says physician-assisted suicide is fundamentally incompatible with the physician's role as healer, would be difficult or impossible to control, would pose serious societal risks. In addition, I'm somewhat swayed by the comments from the overall disability community, which we've heard every time this bill has come forward. And I would point people to the testimony of Diane Coleman, JD, who talks about a mistaken prognosis where at the age of 6, she was told she would die by 12 and then diagnosed again. She's now 67. And she talks about the issues in terms of mistaken prognosis and reviews a lot of the data and the issue of what can change over time, not necessarily with the statute, but with judicial proceedings as people attempt to change and adjust the laws as time goes on. So I can, in good conscience, support this, especially with physicians being directly involved with administering or allowing patients to administer a lethal dose that they have prescribed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And certainly your comments reflect much of the testimony that we heard. And it's really no surprise that particularly physicians should feel somewhat conflicted about this. As the representative has pointed out, there is the official position of the association, but I should also note there were a number of qualifiers in some of the positions of the physician community, acknowledging that it is a matter of personal conscience, and if not approving, certainly acknowledging that some doctors may feel differently about this. And to the representative's point, there is a distinction between directly administering the lethal dose and enabling that, and the individual is required to self-administer. That may be a distinction without a difference to some, but one could easily argue that that is the heart of what we're asking to do here, is that the physician is simply allowing the patient's will and intention to be observed and not necessarily directly involved with its administration. With regard to the representative's comments about potential mistaken diagnoses, I think we all acknowledge, as much as we desire it to be, medicine is still not perfect. It's still, in some aspects, an art and not perfectly predictable. Were it but so. And certainly, on occasion, that individuals defy the prognosis, the likely outcome, and live longer. I will also say there are occasions where people are told they have longer to live and they don't. What we're talking about here is a very select, small group of people who are making this decision on their own to go out of life on their own terms. And when we're talking about a misdiagnosis, we're talking about a tiny, tiny subset of a small subset to begin with. And I would argue that the number of people who would actually fall in that category would be very small. And certainly, in some ways, not as central to the point we hope to make, which is this is an individual's decision to end life on their own terms. And if they have accepted the physician's diagnosis, a terminal diagnosis for 6 months to live, that should be the operative assumption. Representative Betts, followed by Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think both you and Representative Pettit have really gotten to the heart of the matter, in that this is a very difficult issue for anybody to take up. And whether you're in the legislature or not, I would argue that most people agree they would rather be left with the ability to make the decision as opposed to have to follow a legislative law. This is the classic example in my mind as to government overreaching and making a decision about me or my family, having no understanding, no history, no medical knowledge of what's going on in the dynamics. And I have said over and over and over again, there is no law that's going to be able to be written and supported and enforced, regardless of which side of the issue you're on, That is not going to happen. And to sit here and say, for example, that only this affects a small subset that might have a misdiagnosis, if it's one person, that's one too many in my mind. But the thing that I really am bothered by is that we continue this trend of telling people what's acceptable and not acceptable to do. And we frankly, or at least I'll speak for myself, I was not elected to impose my thoughts onto the people who elected me in issues that frankly, government has no role for. And I would also argue that I personally know of many circumstances where this has been done, but it's been done because all the parties involved were not impacted or affected by a law. And I would submit to you that it is being done, and it's being done with great care, great thought. And again, I cannot stress enough, the role of state government or federal government is to not interfere with people's decision-making on something that's very emotional. Leave it to them, the clergy and the doctor. But boy, if we start passing laws like this, you know, what's going to be the end of it? It just makes it open-ended. I know the intent is good. I fully understand the argument about the ALS. Personally, I would want to try and end it before that, but that's a personal decision. To pass a law that affects so many people at so many different stages of their life is not what we were elected to do in my judgment. And I vehemently oppose taking this up, but it's just my opinion, and I'll listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I think we all take your point seriously, though I will say that I'm a little confused about your argument in the sense that if you're aware of people who are currently doing this on their own, and I'm not going to ask you who they are because currently they're doing it illegally, and that is problematic. The intent of this bill is to make it legal, to take that pressure of that consideration off the backs of well-meaning people. So that, yeah, in this case, I'm arguing that government does need to be involved to take what you describe as already occurring illegally and make it legal. That's the key distinction here.
Well, in response to that, Representative Steinberg, it's not a question of making it legal or illegal for these people who are facing really hard, painful decisions. And it's a collaborative effort to do this. And to say that a law is going to remedy it or make it legal is just not true. You know, you can sit there and claim that it makes it legal, but it's still going to be very difficult for people to do it. To say, okay, this is legal, therefore I'll do it, is overly simplistic and ignores the idea that government is now deciding family personal decisions over which I should have 100% control without a law. Because this proposal is clearly flawed. I've never gone into the details of this, but I can assure you this proposal is seriously flawed. And that's another reason why I'll be voting no. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree. When we pass legislation and the governor signs it, it becomes law and therefore legal. And if the activity that you describe is occurring now and is not legal, we pass a law, we're enabling families to do precisely what you describe as occurring on a legal basis. And I think that's an important distinction and indeed a critical role of government in this context. So we'll agree to disagree. Senator Wong, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to acknowledge your zealous support of this bill and advocacy of this. And I am appreciative of our public hearing on this bill, in which we really respected and afforded everyone an opportunity to testify in person in front of our committee. And I want to applaud our committee for showing that same kind of courtesy and respect to those people that made the effort, because it was very emotional and it was deeply personal for many of them. The human interaction, the raw emotion, even despite Zoom, was important. And we had over 15 plus hours of debate with no limits on February 26th. And we gave everyone the courtesy, the respect, and the governmental process of being heard and seen. I'm really appreciative of that because that was a contrast to other bills maybe that might be before this committee. Being said, this is not a right or wrong vote. And I think it's important to say that because it needs to be a vote that's based on listening to testimony, learning the facts, listening to your constituents, and then casting your vote as a representative, which we have a duty to, and be on the record for this. For me, ultimately, the determining factors are siding with a body choice decision that needs to be consistent with education, information, and consultation with experts. But I approach this the same way in regards to body choice of a woman's right to choose, a parent's right to protect and what they deem necessary for their children, to respect that personal decision of their body. So I think that was an important factor for me when I'm making this determination. A second part was we are all formed by personal experiences. I'll share with you my experience with a dear friend who struggled through ALS. This was a good friend who was an athlete in his prime, but I saw him and his caregivers struggle through with the pain and the struggle and the unspeakable emotions that they went through. And I remember that conversation with their loved ones, and they knew if they had a choice, not that they would have taken it, but if they had the choice to make that decision with proper consultation, with proper view and context, that they could make that personal decision. As I heard the stories and seen my friend struggle through with ALS's devastating effect, I think of that personal experience. And I want to make sure that for us as a policymaker, that we respect people's viewpoints on that, because we are never in their shoe. And I know there's significant talk about the effects and the importance of hospice and palliative care, but different people have different tolerances to pain and management of it. And what I offer in this and in my vote is the fact that we are giving people a choice. Whether to use it or not is ultimately their choice, but to give them that sense of choice in their body choice. I think a second part that really framed it for me was 6 years ago, my father passed away. I miss him every single day. As I watched him sit in the ICU, living a life that he would have never, ever wanted to live through, there was never a thought for me as a child to say, this is a way to end his life. I would have done anything for him to continue living and to preserve my relationship and love for him. But what I had in retrospect was the fact that he wasn't living. That wasn't a life that he wanted. And if we ultimately decide to give people choice, government is not the ultimate arbitrator of what people's beliefs and values are. And I believe this is a step in which I hope there's some degree of consistency with my colleagues, that we are giving people the ultimate body choice and that government should know its limits. So I will be voting yes on this bill, and I hope that it gives some degree of peace and comfort and support for those that are struggling through a terminal illness and for those family members that go through the struggle. I understand that there are challenges and debates on this and concerns about abuse and practices, but I genuinely hope that we will have safeguards to protect those that may be misused and misled. But ultimately, with proper consultation, with proper education, with proper support, that people will ultimately have that decision for their own body choice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for those comments. And I want to reiterate one of the points you made, that it certainly is not our intent to denigrate or even underappreciate the tremendous work done in hospice care and palliative care. And we fervently hope that virtually everybody can be appropriately accommodated by those options. But we know from the testimony and from others that there is a subset, there is a group of folks for whom neither palliative care nor hospice is the solution that they feel is still the best for them. And that's really what we're talking about here. We would prefer if nobody needs to avail themselves of it. But to the good senator's point, we want to provide that alternative. And to your point about safeguards, I think, at least from my point of view, we have a lot of safeguards in there. It continues to hurt me that the disability community chooses to interpret the intent of this bill differently and have not focused on some of those safeguards. But your point is valid. We make it, some would say, even too challenging to avail themselves of this option. But it is our goal to do what we can to eliminate, at least approach eliminating abuse or coercion. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Claridis Ditria.
Yes, good morning still. This bill, I've struggled with this bill. I can see both sides. I have done a lot of research on it. I have talked to many people, clinicians that do believe that individuals should have the right at the end of their life to make this type of decision. I've talked to many physicians that feel as though they cannot advocate for both life and death. I know you don't want to hear this, Representative, but we are all dying. We are all terminal. And many doctors believe that they can help end suffering, but don't put them in a position to end life. That is against their code of ethics. I understand our disability community is upset. And those are ingrained feelings and raw emotions, just like we saw during the testimony, that I think will be very difficult to overcome until such time that a bill like this perhaps passes and people can see how it's implemented. I think that our hearing was obviously well attended. It was respectful. I think people were able to ask a lot of questions. It was extremely personal and emotional, and I'm glad that everyone was able to have their voices be heard, and we stayed until the last person could speak. I'm also grateful that we had people come from other states to give us their perspectives, and I hope that will be consistent on other bills that we will have. One of the things that was clear to me out of this hearing, and after doing a lot of thinking and speaking to folks in the medical community, outside of the community, some who are terminally ill. One of our good friends is terminally ill with a brain tumor right now, is that our state and our country really needs to do a much better job as far as palliative care and hospice care. I have learned a lot about hospice care in the home versus in the hospital. They're two very different things. And unfortunately, some of the outcomes are really driven by insurance and what insurance will cover and what insurance will not cover. That's something that I hope this committee will address in perhaps the next legislative session. But it's important for me that even though our testimony we've heard from folks that had very emotional experiences with loved ones passing away, in a very unfamiliar and uncomfortable position to be put at when you have a loved one coming home to your home. You're not medically trained. Hospice might be there for an hour. It's scary, it's emotional. And we're hearing those stories from people that are very heartfelt. But I think that we have to take that emotion and put it in a spot when we're talking about policy and how the state of Connecticut, if it entertains legalizing this practice, what the procedure looks like. It's important that we don't lose sight of what we're doing based on emotion. And I think that's important. I don't mean that to be cold. It's not meant to be, but I think that we can sometimes make the wrong policy decisions because these particular issues are so emotional and personal. So one of the things that I wanted to share with everyone is I spent time talking to a former state rep who was on the Public Health Committee for 20 years. Her name is Lenny Winkler. I don't know if any of you were here and remember her. She was a big advocate of assisted suicide. She put in a bill with George Jepson years ago on this, and it went to judiciary because it really is a judiciary issue. We spent a lot of time together. Her husband actually just went through a whole hospice, process. She used to work for hospice. She was on the hospice board. She was a nurse. I don't know if I mentioned that. And we had a long conversation about hospice and its voids and the issues that surround it. But when I went through the details of this bill with her, she had a very different response. There's many things in this bill that she thought were absolutely terrible and that she could not move forward with it. I know I did try to reach out to Representative Steinberg. We just weren't able to connect. And that was eye-opening to me. And then I spent time talking to a primary care doctor who now works for Yale, and she's in charge of talking to families about the end of life, talking about hospice, talking about the process. And she too is someone who supports this idea for those diseases, those neurological diseases, ALS, things that you're not managing pain, you're managing the condition at the end. And we all know what the outcome is. And when I talked to her and she saw the bill and we went through the details of the bill, there are huge issues within this bill that absolutely need to be addressed before we can move forward. None of them are comfortable with the language and the process and the procedure in this bill. And that's where I'm falling short. I can agree that at the end of life, we want to have some power or control over how that life ends, which is part of the process of life. I was also struck by who we heard from. I did not see many people from minority populations testifying. That concerns me, that whole population is not really engaged in this conversation. I saw people that seemed to have control over their entire life and wanted to have control in the way that their life ended. So just to point out a few of the things that I think are really concerning about the bill, and I would like to work on this bill because I think that there's a point that we could get there. Many of the clinicians that I've spoke to have this image of assisted suicide similar to what's done in other countries. This is not, what's in this bill is not what's done in other countries. So, for example, when we talk about the attending physician, that's the first person you're going to give your oral request to. What happens if a patient, and I don't need answers, these are just things that are of concern. If a patient doesn't have an attending physician, is that just the hospitalist that this person who is dying could have met one time? Is it an APRN? What if your primary care clinician is an APRN? So that's a little concerning. In most cases, you have a relationship with your attending physician, but that's not put in this bill. Then it talks about the secondary consulting physician. A consulting physician is pretty broad. Is that a ophthalmologist? Is it a radiologist? Who is the consulting physician? And is that someone who is literally just, reviewing medical records and signing off like a rubber stamp, boom, I'm the consulting physician? I know it says it has to evaluate the patient, but what is the criteria for that physician to make that decision? And we talk about, that person has to say, the person requesting this is of sound mind, right? So what does that mean? What are the qualifications to say you're of sound mind? Many of the doctors I've talked to said, I don't make that determination. And just to put it in perspective, there's no requirement. It's if that consulting physician or that attending physician feels the person is not of sound mind, which I'm not sure they're required to, or have the background to make that decision, then they refer the patient to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And it really should be a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, not a social worker, making that determination as if somebody is in their sound mind. But yet, if you come into the ER with suicidal ideation, you can't get cleared unless you're evaluated by a psychiatrist. And for a doctor to commit you, you have to be reviewed and evaluated by a psychiatrist. So here we are doing that, but on this hand, you don't even need to see a psychiatrist to end your life. That's a big flaw within this bill, and I think it needs to be cleaned up. The other part that I struggle with is it talks about such medication. So you pass these evaluations with an attending physician that there's no limit on when you've met this person, and a consulting physician, which could be it doesn't say, so it could be an ophthalmologist, a podiatrist, somebody who's a paper pusher, not a psychiatrist necessarily. And then this attending physician is going to write a script for such medication. So what is such medication? Is it insulin? So you OD on insulin? Is it, a heart medication? Is it OxyContin? What is it? There's no definition of what that is, and no definition that those things are cleared by the FDA. If we had somebody write a script for insulin when you don't need it, that could be an excruciating death. We don't know that. That needs to be better defined. What is it? And then we make a pharmacist hand you that script, and you go home and you put it on your shelf and you have to self-administer it. If you have ALS, in some cases, you cannot self-administer. So how does that work? And then you have this prescription that's sitting on someone's shelf that they can choose to take, that they're supposed to self-administer when they feel the time is right or when they've made that decision. And you heard over and over, people sometimes just want to have that there for peace of mind, that they can, if they want, go ahead and make that decision. So what happens when the patient makes the decision to not take those drugs, whatever they may be, and passes away from the disease? We have no idea what happens to those drugs. None. We have no idea if somebody's taken those drugs. The other issue I have is the witnesses. It says you need 2 witnesses. Who are those witnesses? Does it have to be notarized, or are those just witnesses that you grab in the hall? It's got to be tightened up in that respect. And then we've learned that 70% of the people that have taken this cocktail in other states, there's no witness at the time that the person takes the drugs. Every clinician I've talked to has serious concerns about that, because we have no way of knowing if the patient took those themselves, or if someone coerced them or ground them up into applesauce and fed them. We don't know that. That is a huge sticking point. And in other countries, when this is done, the doctor is sitting there with you, holding your hand, and there's witnesses. They come to the house. So it's a much different procedure. The other thing is, the whole death certificate is a big issue. I think there's a way to work around it. And I'm pointing these out because I think these are things that could be worked on and could be fixed. But if we pass this bill as is, I think it's a grave mistake, because there are too many questions and too many loopholes, and it's too loose. Asking a physician, the way I read this bill, to put the underlying condition as the cause of death is actually a fraudulent request. And even though they can't be prosecuted because you're giving them an immunity, it's fraudulent. Doctors sign death certificates caused by the cause of death, not because the secondary underlying cause of death. And those are some of the things. There's much more that I would like to discuss as far as issues that I think could be tightened up. But I thought it was really eye-opening for me, because I've really struggled with this, to talk to people that are supportive of this idea. But when you talk about the contents of the bill, they really change their mind. So I am going to be a no on this, not because I'm not sympathetic to end of life, because I am. And I also think that we need to consider working on hospice and palliative care in our state, but because I think this bill needs work. And I think that what we have down here is too loose. There's too many areas where something could be either nefarious, or there's not enough weight on who the consulting physicians are, the right evaluations. I realize some people will say, well, you're dying anyway, because I've heard that from people that I've talked to. But, you know, there are many times a diagnosis goes much longer than what is anticipated when a doctor says you have X amount of time to live. I understand the personal autonomy and wanting to have control. I just think that the bill and the procedures within this bill are not something that should be supported. And I understand that this is very personal. I know Representative Steinberg has worked on this for a long time. I would like to continue to try to make this better. But the way it's written right now, even clinicians that are supportive, and I actually talked to one on vacation in the Virgin Islands who's supportive of this, said, oh my God, this is not the way to do this. They all have an image of what they've seen in other countries, which is completely different than what we have here. So I just wanted to share those thoughts, and I am going to be a no, but again, I would like to be able to try to make this a better solution than what we have here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator. You've given us a lot to unpack, but I really do want to thank you for being so thoughtful, for having not only done the requisite homework, but going out of your way to reach out to interested parties and experts. What I find most encouraging is that I agree with you. Many, if not all of the things that you've brought out can be addressed or at least discussed further. And I would encourage that, presuming that we pass this bill out of committee, that we engage further and seeing how many of these things we can do better on. Because to your point, this is an emotional issue. I agree that on this and so many other bills, it is challenging for us. We're all human to separate the emotion from the specifics, but I want to commend you for really having focus on the specifics. And I, for one, am eager to meet with you and others to see if there are changes we can make that would at least mitigate some of your reservations and make this as strong and as clear as the intent that we have in the first place. So thank you for your comments today, and I understand your point of view. Representative Claridis Detria, followed by Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As most people I hopefully have, I've read all the testimony, and we know that aid in dying is very emotional. It's a very personal topic to people. I personally have been struggling with this one on a spiritual and religious level. I spoke to my priest about it. He said he was praying for me. But a person should also be afforded the choice. And I understand the value of what hospice and palliative care can bring to this, to the end of life. We need to make some changes with hospice as far as hospice care in home versus in the hospital. I know we were fortunate enough when my father passed away in October, he had hospice in the hospital, and I can't say enough amazing things about the process that they did. And I compare that to hospice that some people had in their homes that we heard in the testimony, and that was devastating to me. I never could have done what those people did in their homes. So I do think that we need to make some changes on that level. And this bill does need a few changes for clarity. So for today, I'll be a no in hopes that we can make some of those changes. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I too have struggled, but I thank everyone who has spoken prior to me. You've given me a lot to think about, especially you, Chairman Steinberg. I appreciate your remarks. This is very personal for many people. Myself personally, I was there when my father died, the only one. He was in hospice, but the care that he was afforded was wonderful care. But like everyone has an emotional story, as we listened to all the people that testified, I went back and reread all of their testimony. I lost a childhood friend. He was just 54 years old to ALS. Within 3 months, he essentially was a quadriplegic. If this had been in place for him, probably still wouldn't have been able to do it because he was at a point at the end of his life when he could no longer swallow or eat. I was thankful that he had what was called an eye tracker, and he would blink what he wanted to say into a computer, and that would be how he would speak. I will echo the comments of Senator Summers. I've also done my due diligence. I reached out to the nurse administrator at Hospice and spoke to her. And especially because I heard so many different stories from people who testified. And there is such a difference, and we need to better understand palliative care versus hospice care. That's really important. Also, I had made a promise to myself after my dad died in hospice that somehow I would give back someday. So I became a patient volunteer. I was a patient care worker. I worked with hospice patients for 3 years. It was incredibly gratifying, if that sounds right, but it was to work with patients that are actually living their life when their life was actually ending. So it's just so very important. But I have gone back and forth with how to vote on this. I think by the time my name is called, I hope to have a decision because I've listened to so many of you. But I want to work on the bill more. I want to see more done. I think there's potential. It comes down to, again, choice. We've talked about that a lot today with some of the bills. It is about choice. And I'd like to see the language. I'd like to see language regarding the death certificate, the medications, the accountability for the medications concerns me. But I guess there's no way we're going to be able to do that until it gets possibly to the floor. So I would be much willing to work on this bill, work on the language, and afford people that are going through the most difficult time of their life the opportunity to make that choice. And I really thank you, Chairman Steinberg, for the indulgence today. This is very emotional, especially losing 2 people, but listening to the comments regarding ALS, which is just a devastating disease for someone to go through. It's opened my eyes, but again, I just thank you for your time, and I hope we can just clean this bill up, and maybe that's not the correct word, but let's get the language tighter so that it works for all, and that people, when they're loved ones, that they have the choice to make. So Chairman Steinberg, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Representative. And I also want to thank you for doing more than express your words, but to take action in volunteering in hospice. You know, I think that one of the benefits of the hearing we had on this subject is that we still have work to do to both improve and to educate people about hospice and palliative care. And I'd like to see us do that. We can't really do this in the subject of this bill, but it sounds like something we ought to put on our agenda for next year and investigate further.
I completely agree with you, Chairman Steinberg. Thank you so much.
And as far as volunteering to help out on the bill as well, we certainly, the chairs will take you up on that. Our goal is to get it out of committee and to do everything we can to make it as clear and as fair and as, I'll just say, effective, if that's the right word, and I use that advisedly, as possible, that it serves the intent for this small group of people. So thank you for your comments. Representative Carpino, followed by Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, sir. This committee is no stranger to difficult bills, and doing our due diligence and talking to experts and talking to our community. But this one's a little different, and I'm not afraid to say this. This is gut wrenching and truly soul searching. And I respect a decision that any of my fellow members make. And like many others, I have struggled because this is beyond philosophical differences. This is beyond voting differently because our communities have different needs. This is personal for many of us. Like many have come before me, I've gotten those calls to jump on an airplane and fly across the country to watch life support be ended. And then to sit with a family member in their home at the end of hospice, knowing that when I left, I wouldn't see them again. And I'm sure every member of the General Assembly has a story to share, and I don't take anything away from anybody. And frankly, I'm not going to talk to my priest because I'm sure I know what he's going to tell me. And then I think we all have to look inward. And in my case, I would want that choice. And I'm not afraid to say that on this very public hearing. And I know that that's perhaps not a popular decision in some communities, but this bill doesn't get me there. Many issues were raised during the public comments, and many issues have already been raised by my colleagues, and I'm not going to belabor those points. I don't think pain is the ultimate issue in some instances. And I know we've talked a lot about palliative and hospice, but that's not always the final issue for folks who are staring down at death in their final months. It's quality of life, and it's their own personal decisions. So if this bill changes and finds its way to the floor, I will listen with my ears and my heart. And as much as I want to give this opportunity to those who might need it in very, very small circumstances, unfortunately, I can't get there with this bill, sir. And I know how hard you have worked on this. But I thought I owed it to you and the members of the committee to know why, and to know that regardless of how any of us votes, I respect that more so than ever on this particular issue, because it is beyond philosophical and academic reasons in many instances. It is truly one where we have to answer to ourselves. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all of your hard work, but I can't be a yes today.
Thank you, Representative. I think we all appreciate how wrenching it is for you and many others that were it possible for it to be so clean as to not raise all these different conflicted issues for all of us. And I think you make really good points, and I really appreciate your candor in this context. All I will say is that if this bill is going to change, it does need to be voted out of committee, and you have the chair's absolute pledge that our goal would be to improve it further before it would be brought to the floor. So as chairs, obviously, we're encouraging you to vote for it and take our word that we will work with you to make it as strong and as clear as possible. Representative Gilchrist, followed by Representative Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank everyone for the respect at the public hearing and the opportunity to take part in this incredibly important conversation. I think for me, you have these conversations growing up, you have these conversations with family of what would you want to do. And so I always leaned towards supporting medical aid in dying. I too then, similar to what's been shared by many of my colleagues, experienced the death of a young friend. She was 28. She got diagnosed with anaplastic astrocytoma, phase 3 brain cancer at age 25. And in her last months of life, I sat by her bedside in her family's living room, and thank hospice and what they do. But that was another moment that solidified for me that folks should have this choice. And then it was actually this legislative session meeting with the proponents of this bill and learning what the parameters are of this policy. And I do feel that the safeguards that are in place, the 6 months, terminal illness, multiple requests, the individual has to take the medication themselves. I feel that that makes for a strong policy. And it gives people who love life but have come to the realization that that life is ending a choice. Right now, they don't have that choice. We heard from folks how they were unwilling to take it into their own hands because it is illegal. And from the experiences of other states who have passed this, we see the benefit when we do offer individuals who are facing the end of their life with an opportunity to make a choice to decide how that life will end. We heard from so many individuals about loved ones, ALS, cancer, just the horror of having to experience those final moments with someone instead of allowing that individual to choose the way that they leave this world. And what we also heard that will always stick with me are the folks who had come before this committee before and testified and are now no longer with us, and their family members letting us know we failed them. And I don't want to hear from any more Connecticut residents that because we haven't passed this policy, we failed their loved one who wasn't able to have this choice. We heard a lot about slippery slope. To me, that's a non-starter. If we were to ever go back and attempt to change this policy, we would go through this very same process again. That's how the legislative process works. And we've seen in the other states that have this policy that they have not changed their policy yet. But I'll reiterate that if we were to change the policy in the future, it would go through this exact same process, and we would likely have another public hearing in length. We would have a public hearing just like we did. I want to thank Representative Steinberg, Senator Abrams, other members on this committee who have been working on this issue for a very long time, and let them know that, and others know that I am committed to seeing to it that the strongest bill possible can get passed through the legislature this legislative session. After that public hearing, I'm more committed to this policy than ever before. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I too have noted those who have testified year after year who suddenly weren't there to testify. People who felt very strongly about it and were eager to see this as an option for them because they knew their time was coming due and were not afforded that opportunity. And, certainly those of us who've been involved with this for a while, as I have, that hurts. We thought we could be there for them, but we'd like to be there for people in the future. And that's our intent here, and to make that perfectly clear. Representative Scanlon, followed by Representative Berger Gervalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all my colleagues who have shared this morning. I texted the chair last night and told him that I honestly was not sure how I was going to vote this morning because, like all of you, I have really, really struggled with this bill, not just this year, but as somebody who's been on the committee for many years. We've never gotten to this point before, but we have certainly talked about this bill and heard from people about it, and it's something that's always been on my mind. I struggle with it as a person of faith, obviously, but also as somebody who has seen many of my own loved ones up close at that period of time. And like some of you have talked about, I lost my father when I was 20. I was living in Boston at the time as a college student at Boston College, which is a Jesuit institution, when my dad called me and said that somehow his stage 4 lung cancer was undetected until that moment. And when you're 20 and you get that call, it's not really something that you really know how to react to. And he was a Marine and a New York City cop and not the kind of dude that knew how to react to that either. So it was a difficult period for us to try to work through that. And I was there when he took his final breath, and it was an agonizing breath. And where I came down on this as I thought about it is what a lot of people have talked about, which is choice. And I'm not sure that I would make the choice. I'm not sure that he would have made this choice, but who am I to tell somebody else that they can't make this choice, especially if that choice that they're making is one that they're making on their own behalf. We talk about a lot of things in this committee about people should have choices to do things, but sometimes those choices hurt other people or they hurt public health. And we do have a responsibility to weigh the difference between that individual choice and public health. I'm not sold on this bill, but I am sold on the notion that that choice is important to a lot of people, and I have to respect that. And I respect what I heard in that public hearing. And so I am going to be a yes on the bill today to get out of committee. I do hope that we can try to address some of the things that people have brought up today. I know the chairs are committed to doing that. I have no doubt about that in my mind. But for me, as I wrestle with this and continue to wrestle with it, I have to consider the fact that for people besides myself, this choice is really, really important. And I respect that, and I respect choice. And I want to make sure that we try to get this right if this bill is to move forward. But I do really appreciate everyone sharing their own stories, and just sitting here waiting to talk was certainly helpful to hear other people. We've all gone down this road. We all want to get this right, and I hope and pray that we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I think you've eloquently described how tough it is. And as I said to Representative Carpino, I'm sure every member of this committee appreciate how difficult this is, and appreciate your candor and dealing with conflict, something that's not going to ever resolve itself cleanly. As has been said by Representative Carpino, we deal with a lot of complicated issues in public health in order to afford people the chance to live good lives. I wish it was easier, but we appreciate your sentiments in these difficult circumstances. Representative Berger-Travallo, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you genuinely to everyone who has shared such personal and emotional stories from their own experience. I know that that's, of course, going to be the first thing that that informs at least how our gut response, how we respond to that in our gut when we are trying to make a decision on something so important like this. I want to address the disability community. I've spent the last 10 years of my professional life and my academic studies working in and advocating for this very community. And while, again, my first instinct was to support this, of course, because of my own personal losses and witnessing some really horrible end-of-life experiences, I felt compelled to dive very deeply into the oppositional point of view, which claims that this will victimize, target, or otherwise, I'm so sorry about my dog barking in the background. She's been quiet right up until now. Target or otherwise harm people with disabilities. And in diving into that, I've really discovered that there are 10 years of evidence that there has been no abuse. And after really going into this, I actually will just share one quote from a peer-reviewed Journal of Medicine, Journal of Medical Ethics, which is an academic journal that covers the field of bioethics, something that was talked about in the hearing. After years of evidence, there is no abuse. Rates of assisted dying show no evidence of heightened risk for the elderly, women, the uninsured, people with low educational status, the poor, the physically disabled, or chronically ill, people with psychiatric illnesses, including depression, or racial or ethnic minorities compared with background populations. That study also revealed, or that particular article also revealed that across the country, an increasing number of disability rights groups are taking a neutral or supportive position. So that one piece that was holding me back in what I have been able to read deeply on, it no longer does. And I will be supporting this, of course, because of those gut feelings that I have, but also because I have evidence to support that one piece that was holding me back. So thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you, Representative. And I will choose this opportunity to reiterate something I've been saying for a long time. It personally hurts me a lot to see the disability community testify against this bill, and to my mind, misinterpret both its intent and its actual effect. We hear the use of the argument of a slippery slope. It drives me crazy, frankly, because if we indulge the concept of the slippery slope, how do we operate as legislators? We are effectively paralyzed by the prospect of somebody perverting our intent at some point in the future. We as legislators have to believe that the legislation we bring forward, even with its flaws that may need to be corrected subsequently, will be used in the way that it is intended. And I can't say more emphatically that we are not targeting the disability community. This bill is not operating in the same fashion as may have occurred in the past in other countries, but is based upon the American experience in other states. And that I wish I could find some words to convince those in the disability community that we are staunch defenders of their independence and their right for self-determination and for respect and dignity, and that this bill does not have anything to do with any of those things in their context. Obviously, we have not succeeded in that, with some at least. But I can only speak to our intent and my fierce defense of their rights, and to do everything we can to assure there is no coercion of the disability community in this bill or any time in the future. Representative
Chair,
Joe? Yes.
If I could just add to that, if there's any way with my experience and my studies, if there's any way that I can help with that portion of the opposition, I'm offering myself to do so.
Thank you for volunteering, Representative. I think we all have a role to play in that regard, in engaging members of the disability community, helping them understand the bill, reassuring them to the degree that they're prepared to be reassured, and staying committed to our support of the disability community and all of their needs, many of which are not being fully met and are certainly being underfunded in many ways. And again, there's another topic that we ought to get into in greater depth to make sure we are really supporting this community, which is one of those groups that has been severely disadvantaged during the pandemic, only highlighting the fact that we have not put adequate time and resources against their needs. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the thoughtful comments that have been made so far today. I know this is an emotional topic, and I wasn't going to start off talking about the disabled, but because that's where you ended, I will kind of pick up off that and Representative Berger Javalo's comment. My 39-year-old daughter is part of that community, and while I've spent 39 years of her life with individuals of the same disability, I know many of them are concerned, and I do agree with you, Representative Steinberg, that while it's not the intent, so often we do see that community become victims of, if you will, these sorts of things that are put in place. There are no studies. Nobody has done any post-death studies with regard to that. So I think it's a hard call to say when you say that there haven't been any, anything happening in this regard. So I'll just say that. But I am also have a career of being a hospice nurse. I was a hospice nurse for several years, both in home care and in the hospital. So I have had the privilege of standing by many families who have watched their loved ones pass on. And it is very difficult. And my experience with hospice and palliative care was a very good one. I did not see many of the examples that people shared with regard to watching their loved ones suffer. It was my experience that the physicians that I worked with always maintained pain control, and the individuals that I saw pass on, I believe, did it with dignity, and the families that were with them always, although saddened by the passing of their loved one, felt, I think, comfortable that they provided the best care and allowed them to pass on in a way that was with dignity. I agree with some of Dr. Pettit's comments with regard to my concerns, additionally with the physician's involvement. I've always been an advocate of choice, but I also agree with Rep. Betts, who said that I believe that the government shouldn't be an arbiter of this choice. And in many ways, this bill, I think discriminates is a big word, but picks and chooses and defines the parameters of which who they believe fits into this, if you will, bill and who doesn't. Representative Carpino spoke about those that don't have a quality of life and may be looking and confronting choices as this, and they weren't included in this. And I just believe that it's not our purview to make these choices for them. And I'll end with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for those comments. I would submit we are not making the choice for them. Government is not forcing anybody to do anything. We are simply enabling an activity that is currently illegal and affording them that choice that you staunchly defend. So I appreciate your comments. Representative McCarty, followed by Representative Jenga.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, my computer crashed. I lost my place, but thank you for recognizing me at this time. So I'd like to just begin, if I may, by a comment you made earlier on, and that is that we should analyze the specifics of all of our bill proposals. And that's what I'm trying to do in this bill. I know, and I appreciate all the comments I've heard from my colleagues about what a sensitive and a personal decision this is. So I do respect that very much. But if we can look just at the bill proposal, I do differ with you. I do not believe that we have the substantive protections in place that will protect everyone from any form of neglect and abuse. There's no true follow-up there. The data is not present in some of the other proposals in other states. So that worries me a great deal. Also, if you look that most of the individuals that request aid in dying, it was not for pain management in some of the other proposals in the other states. And I took a good deal of time to look at those statistics. And the doctor from Oregon pointed out that there has been a great shift in the way that the state views the terminally ill in Oregon. And so and a shift away from providing the appropriate attention to medical care at the end of life. So that troubles me a great deal, that I certainly would not want to see us move as a state, and that we didn't do all that we possibly could to improve the quality of life at the end of death. I think that's crucial that we look to our hospice and palliative care and do a much better job in the state of Connecticut with closing those gaps that we heard from the various associations that do currently exist, so that we could avoid that. One of the high percentages that I believe that in the other states particularly looked at, it was the quality of life that was promoting individuals to seek aid in dying. And in this bill, we do in Connecticut, we do not, I don't think in the bill, do an adequate job in looking at the high rates of depression and psychological issues that may be causing individuals. Senator Summers pointed out very early on that we don't know for the length of time the person may have with the physician. Are they really accurately assessing the condition of? I would prefer to see a lot more counseling put into this bill, particularly if the person decides that they want to seek aid in dying, that we offer, aside from the psychiatric evaluation, that we include more family and spiritual counseling involved. So I see there are several inadequacies, in my opinion, currently still in the bill. I also think that the IDD population is a concern, and while I respect the representative's assessment, I read some other studies that show that there was no follow-up study when the person is self-administering with the witnesses present. So we don't really have that data in front of us. So I would tend to question that. It troubles me greatly that the death certificate does not list the cause of death. It uses the underlying terminal illness. I think that puts our physicians in a very difficult position, and I'll leave it at there. But I'm worried about the Class D felony that's presented in the bill. I don't know how that can be followed through, and so there's still many pieces to the bill aside from my own personal beliefs. So I'm trying to direct my comments to what I see in the language of the bill, and I certainly appreciate everything that you've always said, Representative Steinberg, about working and listening to us. I would like to point out that I worked with my father for many years who did have ALS, and I was by his side every step of the way. And I can tell you that many ALS patients can be treated with comfort. And I would hope that as we go forward in the years ahead, that we look to helping these terminally ill patients and finding ways to comfort them and to allow for that time when you're dying to be closer to your family. And if we don't have the family members, for us as a society to try to really respect the social, emotional needs of the person at the end of life. I understand it's a very difficult decision, but I don't think this piece of legislation is ready yet for some of those areas that I've pointed out. And I hope that we can all agree to disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. You made a number of points. I'll just address one where you made reference to the study that took place in Oregon as to the reasons for applying for aid and dying. I have found that analysis and description very confusing. And I guess the most salient point to me with regard to that, if indeed aid and dying was being used for other purposes, you would have expected to see some increase in Oregon in the number of people availing themselves of that option. And in fact, the data suggests that it's stayed pretty flat and that number has not risen. So even though there's some confusing, eyebrow-raising statements in that study, I'd like to understand further how they arrived at that and why it is not reflected in the actual data. Again, we can't prove things one way or the other in the absence of information, but that's what we have to work with right now. Representative Jenga, followed by Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question on the bill, and it's in section 9(6)(b), and it states that the person signing the qualified patient's death certificate shall list the underlying terminal illness as the cause of death. Why is that necessary? Because it doesn't seem accurate.
Thank you, Representative. That's the point I think others have just made. The goal is to first of all, recognize that that individual would shortly thereafter die from that underlying cause, but to particularly avoid putting the physician in the conflicted position of acknowledging having assisted in that demise. And it was at least considered in other states as the most direct means by which that could be avoided. Whether we should have a conversation about some other means by which we can record and acknowledge both the underlying cause of death and what is presented in the death certificate. I think that's a conversation we can have. But the intent, to answer your question, was to avoid putting the physician in that difficult position of signing off on something that conceivably could put them in that jeopardy.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cook, followed by Representative Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and bear with me, I was not gonna speak. I have been sitting here with tears down my eyes. Need to take a breath. I told you yesterday when we talked that I couldn't support the bill, that it has been an ongoing internal battle for me for years. I think this is probably the 7th or 8th or 9th time that we've discussed this topic. Since then, my family and I have experienced great loss from my father, my grandfather, my stepmom, my mother-in-law, and my father-in-law this year. And I go back to all of the things that I didn't like about this bill, and the religious component. I don't think that I could have said it better. Representative Scanlon did a great job and composed himself much better than I'm ever going to be able to do. But I am remiss to go back and really think about what it is at the end of your days that make the difference on how you exit this world. And choice has been this conversation. I texted Senator Wong and I never hit send to say thank you for what you said. And I think it warrants the conversation that who am I to tell you what you can or can't do if you're in so much pain? I've always struggled with the cocktail. It's the strangest analogy for what we're talking about, but the cocktail. That is, if you could say, that has gotten better as we have progressed in our years of conversation. I struggle with the conversation of life insurance and how does that affect somebody if they do end up taking their own life and all of the things that they've worked for in years past. The reporting representative, we talked about the reporting and what we need to do to improve that. And there are things that were in last year's bill and years past that I think that should be included moving forward. Then I look over, there's a picture of my dad and my stepmom was diagnosed with lung cancer in February and died in August. And as a God-fearing woman that she was, she begged the doctor to take the pain away and do whatever the means were necessary so she didn't have to live that life. And then I remember that she was sent home with a bottle of morphine and an astronomical amount that I would never think would be appropriate for anybody to have, and thinking that if she wanted to take her life, those 6 months that she was really struggling, she could have done that 100 times over because there was enough morphine in that bottle for her to do it on her own. But then I also go to the conversation of who am I to tell you that you have to live in pain? I do not. I agree. We've had, conversations on hospice care, and my mother-in-law was fortunate. She was in the VTAS unit and they were phenomenal. But at the end of the day, are we not indirectly doing the exact same thing? Are we not assisting somebody in their aid to dying? We just are more comfortable because it's under our one terminology versus another. So I am at a point, as I started this hearing, as I'm going to end it, to say that I'll vote for this bill to get out of committee, because I do think there are things that need to be worked on. And I do think that we have an obligation to continue the conversation. But this weighs heavy on me. And if those things that are not, that I've mentioned and some others to you and here aren't changed, I can't say that I can support it moving forward. And I definitely know I won't be able to ever talk about this on the floor. But I do know this, that if I look at my father, whose picture's there, he wouldn't want to end a life in a way that is miserable as he watched his sister die. And I'm blessed that he didn't have to watch my stepmom die the way she did. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Again, I know how difficult this has been for you. And I appreciate the fact that you've chosen to share with me privately, and now the more difficult task of sharing with everyone just how difficult this is. I don't think there's anybody on this committee, or probably anywhere else, who doesn't acknowledge how difficult this is, that we really wish that it wasn't even necessary to discuss this, that science and medicine could absolutely assure that everybody's needs could be taken care of as they approach end of life. We are doing this only because we know that it can't. So again, thank you for the difficult decision that you have to make, and for your willingness to share exactly how you've come to that point of view. Representative Elliott, followed by Senator Abrams.
Thank you, Chairman. So I had an informational hearing with some bioethicists from Yale yesterday. And at the very end, I asked a question that was geared toward the argument, the slippery slope argument. And that was essentially comparing ourselves to any sort of country that has aid in dying, but it's more on the irremediable suffering issue as opposed to their imminent death issue. There's a distinction there. And I asked the two of them who had expressed that in years past, they had not been supporters of aid in dying, but became supporters of aid in dying. If this bill were about irremediable suffering alone and not immediate death or death that is coming soon, would they be supportive of the bill? And both said no. And I think that's an important distinction here, especially when you're looking at the IDD community, or you're talking about children who could potentially have euthanasia used on them. This is a very tightly tailored bill that I know the representative who chairs this committee has been working on this for a number of years now to get it as closely tight knit as possible. And I trust that he will continue to listen to members of the committee. Just jumping off of Representative Cook's comments to ensure that their concerns will be met. And it is important to me also that their concerns will be met. But I just want to make the point that if we're looking at this in terms of the moral and ethical justification, we have patients who stop dialysis, who have their cardiac implants removed, who go to hospice, and looking at the differences between those folk and folk who request aid in dying, there's almost complete similarities, except in terms of who gets the option of how they end their life. Both would choose to wish to live longer if they could. Neither of them are suicidal. Both of them have overwhelming pain and angst near the end of their life. There are no other options available to them. This option takes days, weeks, or maybe even months off their life. Just the difference is whether or not we consider them morally and ethically justified. And I think that it is up to the legislature to make that decision. And just to answer or comment on some other comments I've heard, this doesn't force doctors to do anything. This gives doctors the choice. If they want to do this, they have that option, but they don't have to. And the government is not the determiner of choice here. This puts that choice into the hands of the individual. We're living in a very patriarchal system in terms of the medical institution saying when you can and can't, or how you will end your life, or how you'll live the end of your life. And I think that should be in the hands of the individual. And the vast majority, about 95% of folk that end up in hospice end up dying. So in terms of whether or not we can trust doctors, I think we absolutely can trust doctors to make the determination of when you're going to have 6 months left to live. This isn't just it's not about suffering. It's about death too. And this is not people who are suicidal. It's about one person had mentioned that you can just put these folk into a coma. That often maybe prolongs that person's actual heartbeat for a little bit longer, but I heard stories about people waking up during the coma and then doctors needing to rush and put them under again. And I don't think that's really a choice either. So I just want to say yet again, I am supportive of this bill. Thank you, Chairman Steinberg. Thank you, Chairwoman Abrams, for bringing this up. And I hope that we do the best that we can to continue listening to our colleagues that have very serious and legitimate concerns about this bill. And I urge passage.
Thank you, Representative. And to say you merely support this bill understates your commitment to it, for which we're very appreciative. Certainly, I want to thank you as well for having put together the informational forum yesterday. I learned a lot, but most importantly, got to hear the complete stories of so many people that they were unable to actually have the time to express in the context of our public hearing. So that was very valuable. Senator Abrams.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. I think that it goes without saying that I support this bill, but I hope it also goes without saying the incredible respect I have for my colleagues on this committee. I appreciate all the comments that have been shared and listen to them intently. I will go back to my original comments when we opened this meeting several hours ago, in that a vote to put this bill forward, a yes vote or a no vote, does not guarantee how you might end up voting for it in the end. So I appreciate that. And for people who are on the fence, so to speak, or still struggling with what their decision might be, I would ask that you consider, in my short tenure here, I think that there are some bills, some ideas, some concepts that deserve to be heard in the larger assembly, that it's worthy of having everyone have a chance to weigh in and make a decision that's going to have the magnitude that this decision does. So I would ask that you vote in the affirmative, knowing that we, myself, and I'll speak for Representative Steinberg as well, are open to continue to hear and to have the dialogue as we move it forward. And in fact, to open that dialogue to the rest of the General Assembly so that we can come to a decision that would serve the best interests of our constituents and the people of this state. I'm not going to go into all of my life experiences. I appreciate all those people who are able to do that. I think it's incredibly courageous of you. The life experiences that I have that have informed my decision on this bill. But I do strongly believe that people should be afforded a choice at the end of their life. And that's what we're doing. We're affording them a choice. We're not saying it has to happen. We're not even saying who has to participate in it, including physicians. There is a piece of the bill that says that if a physician does not want to participate in this process, they don't have to. So it's just allowing people the choice at probably the most important point of their life as to how they would like to see their life end. So I would thank you all for everything you've shared. Thank you for considering this bill. I know all of you have taken it to heart. And I would just ask that we vote in the affirmative to move this bill forward so we can continue this conversation and open it up to the rest of our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I thought you'd have the last word, but it seems that Senator Anwar just raised his hand.
So sorry. I think I just wanted to say a couple of sentences and I'll keep it short. Look, as clinicians, as physicians, as humans, we are not hardwired to make decisions of this capacity. These are very unusual circumstances for anyone, let alone somebody who is in the area that take care of individuals. Unfortunately, we have realized there are more individuals who are dying in our society with a number of different illnesses. Thankfully, we have a safety net in place which takes care of overwhelming majority of the people. There is a subsegment. I can tell you, I have been approached by patients and their family members in some of those situations. It was extremely uncomfortable and clearly illegal to have those interactions that their requests were. But I am personally not involved in any of this aspect, but I feel there's a need to have a space for these conversations. There's a need in the community, and there is, again, I don't want to put my values onto others, but I want to make sure that the people who are suffering and who have those needs, that they have an opportunity to be able to get the best care that they can. And I think that's why, despite my hardwiring, I'm going to support this bill to move out of the committee and hope that the people who are the challenging times that they are going through, they would have an opportunity to get comfort in the best possible way that they can. Just wanted to make that comment. Thank you again. And this is one of those very, very difficult decisions one has to make. I wish they were, when we press a button, yes or no, there were shades of yes and no that would make our lives so much more easier, but there is no such thing. And that's our challenge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I know, as you described, it's particularly challenging for physicians. Before we go to the vote, I just want to thank everybody for this conversation. In my 11 years in the legislature, I don't think I've ever been as proud as a group of legislators expressing their point of view with great civility and sensitivity and compassion, regardless of which way you vote on this bill. I think we have just modeled exactly what a good conversation ought to be on contentious subjects. And I know Senator Abrams and I are very heartened by everyone's willingness and commitment to, presuming we pass this bill out of committee in a moment, to work on it further and to bring a bill to the floor that the majority of both chambers can support and the governor can sign. Nobody said this was going to be easy, and anybody who's chosen to be elected to the legislature for an easy ride probably came to the wrong place. But today we have dealt with a very difficult subject in a very appropriate professional manner, and I want to thank you all. If there are no further comments, I will ask the administrator to call the roll.
Senator Dorothy Abrams,
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
It won't let me unmute. I'm here,
I'm
but I
hearing
can't.
you. I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay, good. I was not getting unmuted at first. Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Tony Huang votes yay.
Senator Summers,
Senator Summers votes no.
Representative Pettit,
Representative Pettit votes no.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Carpino,
Representative Carpino votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Elliott,
Representative Elliott votes yes.
Representative Foster, Representative Django,
Representative Jenga will vote no, but we'll look at any changes to this bill, including the death certificate, and consider further. Thank you.
Representative Green,
Representative Green votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Representative Cabros DeGraw,
Representative Cabros DeGraw votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Claire Desdichia,
Representative Claire Desdichia votes no.
Representative Lenahan,
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Representative McCarthy,
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Scanlon,
Representative Scanlon votes yes.
Representative Terziak,
Representative Terziak votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Representative Foster, that's it, Mr. Chair.
I thought I could get through an entire meeting without muting myself. Thank you, Madam Administrator. This concludes our deliberations for today. As we stated earlier, we will hold the votes open for an hour. It is now 12:09. We will hold votes open to 1:15. I want to thank you all for your hard work today and remind you, we're right back at it again on Monday. We have a public hearing at 9 a.m. Please make sure that you receive the email inviting you to that public hearing. If not, make sure you would alert the administrator or the clerks. Everyone have a great weekend reading testimony, and we will see you on Monday. This meeting is recessed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, Beverly.
Hi,
Madam
Representative
Moderator,
Ryan.
this is Senator Anwar. I may have missed one vote.
Just a moment, please, sir.
Madam Clerk,
Senator,
an earlier vote would now be an appropriate time to cast that vote.
I am going to call on Senator Anwar first, and then I'll go down the line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Anwar on Senate Bill 326. How would you like to vote?
I would vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Kushner, if you're still on the platform, how would you like to vote on Senate Bill 326?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Elliott, are you still on the platform? Senator Haskell, how would you like to vote on Senate Bill 326?
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Lenahan, are you still on the platform?
I am here, Madam Administrator.
How would you like to vote on Senate Bill 326?
Representative Linehan votes yes. Thank you.
Hey, Bev, I'm sorry. It's Sean Scanlon. I just want to make sure you heard me on that last vote because my internet was kind of cutting out.
I think I did. Just let me check quickly, please.
Thank you.
Yes, you did. Your vote is registered.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, Senate Bill 568, the immunization bill. How would you like to vote?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Lenahan on Senate Bill 568, how would you like to vote?
I vote yes, please.
Representative Foster, if you're still on the platform, how would you like to vote on House Bill 6425? Representative Lenahan? On Senate Bill 115, how would you like to vote?
Representative Linehan votes yes on Senate Bill 115.
Thank you. You're all
Thank
set.
you. Madam Administrator, is that all the votes that I need to give you today?
Yes, please.
It is. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
Same to you. Thank you.
Madam Administrator, could I ask the same question? I believe I only missed that one vote, but
I think you only missed that one vote. I'm checking for you right now.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
that's
all
the
set.
only vote you had missed.
thank you so much. Have a great
Thank you.
And I believe I missed 115 as well. I haven't voted yet on that.
Yes, you did.
I voted on 115.
Yep. I called it when you came back and you voted yes when I called your name.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Thank you. So I'm done as well.
That was the first bill. And I called your name when you came back.
Thank you. So then I'm all finished, correct?
Yes, you are. I'm just double
I
checking.
apologize for getting frantic on that last one. For some reason, I kept trying to unmute and it wasn't working, but
That's okay. You're all set.
thank you. Have a
Thank
good week.
you. Same to you.
I don't want to interrupt, but is it an okay time for me to fill in my votes now? I just missed the last one.
Representative Foster, how would you like to vote on 6425?
I'd like to vote yay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, do you have everything?
I'm missing Elliot's vote on 326, and that was all I'm missing.
Yeah, yes, that's the only one we're missing. Do you want to text him?
Yep.
Hey, Lindsay,
Yep,
do you mind taking Rep. Elliott's vote when he shows up?
yep, no problem.
I'm gonna deal with something for the 4 p.m. meeting.
Sure.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna leave. Bye.
All right, I'm ready to vote. What am I voting on?
SB 326, which was an act prohibiting the sale of flavored cigarettes, tobacco products, electronic nicotine delivery systems, and vapor products.
Yes, Rep. Elliott votes yes.
All right. Okay, you're all set.
Oh, that was it, just that one. Okay, cool.
That one.
All right, thank you.
you.